Two, I thought it would be he wanted to go to Texas and get back his family, right? And I thought that might be a really interesting video. John and I on the road. That would be like, whoa.
Alexa, stop the song.
Okay.
I had to turn off because I don't own the rights.
Okay, whatever. So
So you want to talk about the famous people?
no, I'm laying down what we're going to do. You know. So I mean, you did, and then I'm telling you what I think of what you just said in a very specific way, and because it's on a live chat,
So if it
you
goes
can't
big,
edit any of this out.
If it gets big, you get 42%.
Yes, and 10% and 10% of what you get of your 50. What is that? If I get 42, you get 48, 58, right? You take 10% of that 58 and put it into a something to do good. You know, what do they call that when you do that? When you donate money to a charitable thing. That
If it goes really big.
Right, 10%. And anyway, so let's see. Anyway, we were going to do a road trip, maybe, but I'm here. I'm really here. You know, I'm basically here because John is my friend, and I've known him really well since I sold him to school, and that's almost, if it's not 5, it's almost 6. And John is a really great guy. He's got a really sweet heart. He's a really kind person, but he is stuck, like he is in concrete, because all he's got, I want my family back. Well, he's really done not much to do that. Meaning, they left here 4 years ago.
4 years and 7 months ago.
Yeah, okay. 4 years and 7 months. And he has you have visited him how many times?
7 times.
7 times. And on the average, how many days do you stay there? 5 days?
Stayed there in total 2 or 3 months.
Really?
Yeah.
7 times? So you stayed there
more, maybe 4 months, 2 or 3
Really?
months.
You stayed there each time you were there?
Like 2 weeks or 4 weeks.
Really? My experience that you were there maybe
less
than a week.
One time I stayed 1 week, maybe another time I stayed a week. Other times I stayed longer.
Well, I was here and it didn't seem that long. It must have been a time dilation. Could happen, you know. So anyway, John's number one thing, isn't this the number one thing in your life, is getting your kids back?
Do you want this heat on? Yeah.
Yeah.
You said they couldn't hear you. Somebody said.
Well, you can turn it off. You can turn it off. Here, go ahead, turn it off, John. Okay. John, turn it off.
No,
John, turn it off. John, turn it off. John, turn it off.
We can hear you.
Okay. So anyway, see, all our brains are multidimensional, and we experience everything only in 2 dimensions, right? And we have this tape recorder in our head that tape records everything, right? Now, some people like me are like, you know, there are people who have a photographic mind, meaning they remember everything they read. Now, I don't quite have that. I remember everything I read, right? And but not word for word. But I do have this tape recorder that I'm aware of. And so why I was so good as a negotiator for the desperate lawyers of the corporate world for 10 years. And that's what killed me. I was really good at it. They let me do whatever the heck I wanted. I led and had the most hedonist life imaginable. And instead of feeling guilty about it, like most of those lawyers did, I went for the gusto. So that's why I weighed 460 pounds. Now look at me now. I'm like, you know, I'm down to 210, right? So that's why I'm alive.
Have stretch marks,
right?
I haven't seen any stretch marks on your body.
Well, I do have a few. You know, I got a few, but not like a lot of people have.
No shirt on.
That's
you didn't even get stretch
right.
marks.
I didn't get because.
But everyone, I
took 8 years, 8 years to lose that weight. I mean, I didn't just. You can lose a lot of weight real fast, but if you do it that way, you bounce right back. I did it real slow, changed my lifestyle, changed everything about what I was doing, right? And that's why I'm here today, because I came back before Thanksgiving and stayed with a friend up in West Virginia, and she wanted to go visit her family in Arizona or wherever it is, and in the West. And she spent a month and a half, and I took care of her animals. And if you go to Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob on YouTube, you will see all those shows, right? And John saw him one. He said, "Oh, that's cool. Is that your house or is that the farm?" And it was the farm. But my real reason for coming, and I saw all of my, brand A, super duper great, doctors at Carillion, and basically said, you are the healthiest dead guy I ever saw, because I have all these things wrong with me. Like I have Charcot legs, neuropathy, and other skeletal issues that go with diabetes and other things I have. And my bones are mush.
But your legs look strong.
Right, exactly. That's what they said. I'm the healthiest dead guy they know. So that was that. I took care of those guys. And there are other organizations that I've been part of, wrote grants, et cetera, et cetera. And hey, welcome to Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Alba. Hey, Anthony, how you doing, buddy? I'm here with our friend John B, right? And Jean B. And we're not negotiating, but stating.
So how do you think?
What? How do I think? What? How do I think?
We negotiated already. You get
42%. Right.
I give 10% to charity.
Right. So anyway, and he cannot own Al Bob. He can't make lunchboxes and
you own the trademark.
Right. And everything I do, all my stories.
Yeah. But the videos we own together.
The videos, yes, right. But you cannot just then take my story and write a screenplay and make a movie out about it. Everything that is Al Bob, all my stories, everything.
But I could put the videos right on a DVD and we could sell them as DVDs.
Yes, I get 42%. Yes, 10% to charity, and the rest to you. But if you wrote a screenplay, because see, John is amazingly talented, and his editing. If you go and watch his, he just did a Christmas video before I showed up, and it was great. And what's really great about it. It was about 3 years ago. Was that about what, Chris? Was it 3 or 4? It was 4 years ago. And I still had some pounds on me. So he gets me in the most, but it's a great shot because I'm going up the stairs in my big butt. I mean, look at my butt now. I have to get up anyway. Look at my butt. See, I have a nice trim butt, right? But the butt on that video is wider than this screen, right? He had to use CinemaScope to catch my butt, and I really look like jolly old Saint Nick's, and now I don't. I look like Al Bob now. So anyway, why I came here is that John is my friend. I care about him. He has the potential to do amazing things, but he is
my wife and kids,
right? So. And he's really not done anything about it except go visit him 7 times, right? And
I didn't know how it would change it anymore to go one more time, but maybe that's what I don't know if I have to do that or not. I don't know how.
Well, John asked me, should I get a lawyer, right? Now, I worked for desperate lawyers for 10 years. My friends are the best lawyers there are, so I called. After John said that, I said, John, I'm going to go check into this. I'm going to go call up my lawyers that I think could help, right? So one is a retired state Supreme Court judge who was head of the Bar Association for the United States. He taught at Columbia, at Harvard, and I forget the other place. And then I called up another lawyer who is one of my corporate guys, but he specialized in family businesses. And so he, in divorce and all that, but with the business thing involved, which makes it even more complicated. Then I called a third lawyer I knew, and she was first a medical doctor, then a PhD psychologist, and then she became a lawyer, and she specialized in divorce law. And that's all she does, right? Divorce law. And she's not like a feminist divorce lawyer. She is just divorce lawyer. She can represent guys as girls, but she does so much of it. And she's so into psychology and the physical, medical part of it. She's off the hook. So I called all 3. Now, normally those people charge maybe $600 a minute, right? And I talked to each of them for about 10, 15 minutes and explained John's situation. And every single one of them said, first they said, so how long has he been divorced? 10 years. So after they got divorced, were they in the same state?
The
I said,
leg was strong. Oh, sorry.
anyway, were they in the same place? I said, oh, yes. So how many years were they, after you got divorced, how many years was it from the time you got divorced to when they went out of town?
I don't know. I don't want
At least 5 years. We're not arguing. I'm explaining why I'm here in John's house.
I don't want to argue at all with her.
Well,
that's why we never went to it.
John, so here, remember I was talking a little while back about a tape recorder and that I remember everything in a conversation. That's what makes me a great negotiator. That's why I worked for corporate guys in $3,000 suits, and I look like this every time I went to see them. But I was like gigantic. I kind of, I was like Gorgo, and I had these two dogs, and if anyone looked at them sideways, they went. And homie was like the love puppy. All he wanted to do was get in your lap and lick your face. But they were my assistants because they did a lot for me to break these people down to be able to be negotiated. So I know a lot of lawyers, and I've been part of what I did had issues with people who were getting divorced.
I may or may not.
So I have a real, authoritarian. I have experience with divorce, psychological problems, money problems, all of the above, right? So I called these people up and I said, so I explained to them without giving any, names and everything. They basically say, John does not have he can't get them to come back to here because they're in another state.
When did you talk to them?
Today. See, he doesn't remember. This morning when I made him a burrito, he said, I want to. And I said, well, he goes, you think I have to, get a lawyer and get a letter? And I said, at the least, and because he hasn't come back.
A letter and the attorney said that they are not allowed to leave the state. They have to come back to Virginia.
But it's been so many years, and that is the issue, right? And each state is like a different country when it comes to this kind of law. And one of them was,
don't worry about it.
No, I'm just explaining why I'm here and trying to say, because other people said, why are you even there? That guy's insane. He's treated you so bad. Why are you there? What's going on? You're putting your life at, he's going to kill you. And I said, no, he's not going to do any of the above. He's my friend. I don't give up on him. But what I am doing, and I'm doing this with all of this city, Roanoke, I am tying up all the loose ends. So I will never, after I leave here, feel somewhat obligated to come back. So I'm going to help. I'm going to be there for John, like, I'm his friend. And I'm planning to stay here until March. And I am planning that John will actually be able to get a life, that John and I will be able, I'm in February, to get in his car, drive to his grandma's house in Staten Island and hang there because I still have tons of friends, restaurants, nightclubs I can just walk into and show John a good time. One of the things I love to do. No kidding. That's what I told you. I said that would be an amazing frigging movie. John and Al take over New York, and so that's what I'm here to do, right? And I know baby steps first. We got to get John to at least to be able to go down the hill to go shopping at the supermarket or go another town over so he doesn't feel that anxious about being in this town. So that's my plan, and I'm sticking to it. And I've already, took care of my medical thing, all the different organizations I helped start and run and do all the things I did. And they're basically, well, we're just waiting for you to come back to write us another grant. I said, no, you got to do this stuff yourself. So I'm like ticking off, just, tick, 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 tick. Because that's what I did in New York. New York was my town. And because I lost my second wife and there were so many other things.
I can't go to New York because I've missed my kids and Danica and my kids.
See, now he's not even listening to the tape recorder. I've said that boat has sailed. The best.
It hasn't. I'd have to go to.
Then why
Texas
haven't
and
you
get
done
an
anything
attorney.
about it, John? Why haven't you done anything about it?
She
You've
did
had
this
10
2 other
years.
times.
You've had 10 years.
She's been there 2 other times, and she came back. She stayed a year and a half the first time.
Now, every time you how many times do you email her, talk to her, try to
This is the
communicate?
longest time she stayed.
Right. But every week, how many times do you email her and say, please come back, please come back? At least 2 every week, right? If not 100.
What do you mean?
Like
40 times.
Like yes, 40 times. Now, in psychology, if you do the same thing over and over and over and expect a different outcome, Freud said that is the definition of insanity.
When you pray, that's because he's Freud and he's not God and Jesus. In the Bible, when you ask for something again and again, and you pray for something, and you try to make it happen, it happens. And you don't give up.
Well, God wants you
to get there.
It's
the thing that the most important things for God and Jesus, not being some famous person.
Oh, baby. Blah, blah, blah.
Well, you want to talk about the famous people you met?
Sure.
And if you want, you could sit on that comfortable couch.
Now, this is the most comfortable. Because the other one, I can't. Once I sit in that thing, I can't get out of it. But this, no, I'm talking about this couch.
Oh.
When I sit in that couch, it's comfy. Yes, it's comfy, but I can't get. Last night I had to roll on the floor.
How many famous people did you meet? Thousands?
I have no idea.
Or
quite a few, which is not hard because I lived in New York City for 30 years, and I was in the art scene, the music scene, the political scene, the esoteric scene, the technical scene. So yeah, when I was 9, to give it, first of all, when I was born, right, these two, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, and Dumber. I moved to your channel, and I realized you. Listen to you all day. Yep. Okay. So they were the guys, and they were like smoking cigarettes. My mom was smoking a cigarette with her legs in the saddle, and her hoo-hoo was dilated. And these guys trying to pull me out with salad tongs and needle nose pliers, and they're the head of gynecology in this fancy hospital in New York, and so you'd think my mom, so there are 8 kids in my family, 4 of them died, and 3 of them died, one in a miscarriage before birth, and the other 2 basically died at birth. Because
can you name some of the famous people that you met?
I'm getting there.
Okay.
I'm getting there. You wanted to know, is it thousands? I had to start with my birth. Because the person who came and saved me from those 2 Tweedledees and 2 Tweedledums was Mother Teresa. I was given birth by Mother Teresa. Right? When she was studying medicine in New York, And don't believe a word I say. And this woman, Dr. Black, was my Mother Teresa, right? And she became one of the world's famous gynecologists and infant, making sure that babies don't die at birth. And she made sure I didn't die at birth. And for the next 10 years. And so, within a few years of my birth, and she became well-known, respected, and then was part of, what's the name of the hospital? Ooh, big. No, another one on the west side. Big. It'll pop into my mind. Starts with an R or J. But anyway, she became, she started the infant ward, right, and invented different kinds of incubators and different protocols and developed medicine. So she's world famous, She may not be, on your TV, and she's passed by now. And she overcame, she was a doctor and a specialized thing where only men were there. But it was for women's hoo-hoos, and only men were down there. And I would say half the guys who were diving down there were there because of their inappropriate sexuality towards women. Just like just like the doctors who that one doctor who was the Olympics doctor, and he spent like 20 years molesting these poor young girls, and they complained and said, "Hey, this guy's doing wrong things with my hoo-hoo," and oh, you're just a little girl. You don't know what you're talking about. Get back, start running, jump over that thing, swim, and so. And that's really the problem. People do not have respect for themselves right off the bat, right? And famous people, they actually don't become famous because I want to be famous. I want to be an A-lister. No, they have a passion about what they do. And so, they basically, that doctor saved my life. And then for 10 years, I got sick every year on my birthday. Until I got so sick, I died, and I ended up in this other Catholic hospital. The Catholics seemed to want to kill me. In first grade, a nun grabbed me by my throat, threw me against the wall, and beat me. She broke my left orbit of my eye and broke the little bones in my ear, crushed my esophagus, broke my jaw. So for 3 years, basically, I wore a helmet, right? And that kept my head in one place. And still, I have sutures up here that shows that my head, it's kind of lumpy, and my voice, right, is really, after they unwired my voice, I still couldn't talk. So for 2 years, I did not talk. What I did learn when I couldn't talk, I realized I had 2 ears. And with 2 ears, God gives us 2 ears and 1 mouth. So I stopped talking. I just started listening, right? And when I could start to talk, I couldn't really talk. I stuttered, and I couldn't talk. So for another year and a half, I couldn't talk. So for almost 3 years, I couldn't talk. But I did learn how to listen, and that's why I'm such a good listener. That's why I'm such a good negotiator. That's why I'm a pretty good shrink, because I listen. I don't jump to Now I tell stories, right? I am a griot, right? So first person I ever met who was world famous was Dr. Black, right?
Me gusta tocar la guitarra.
So the next famous person, Anyway, the next famous person in my life was my grandmother, right? And she came from Sicily. She didn't come from Sicily. She came from the islands of Sicily. And if you do any kind of, let's see what Mr. Google says. I love this because it's this weird ass authority in your palm of your hand. So, Sicilian Islands, home of Celtic people.
Excuse me, both.
Celtic Nations Wikipedia. Celtic Wikipedia.
Praise Jesus, protect us from evil.
Yeah.
I'm not lost. I can't lose.
Isles of Man. They're going on all these Celtic islands. Okay, we'll have to go back to this. Italian Sicilian Islands, Celtic people. Sicilian people are a Roman, meaning gypsy, speaking people who are indigenous to the islands of Sicily. Sicily, the largest island. And, so they're just giving you your basic propagandic thing. They don't want to touch the fact that the people of the Isles,
Who are all
not
the famous
Sicily.
people you met?
I am, I met
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Black. I met my grandma. I'm going down the
I
line.
mean, like big famous.
Doctor.
Your grandma was famous.
Yeah, my grandma was infamous. That's how I got the infamous
Can
gene.
you start thinking of as you starting when you were born and the people you met all along the way? So those two people. Who else has a kid? Like, in those schools, those famous kids, those famous big companies' sons, but they're not really famous. I mean, like people like David Bowie, who everyone knows who they are.
Well, they know the Kennedy family. I went to school with those people.
The Kennedys?
Yeah.
Or their family?
Their family. Joe Kennedy.
Joe Kennedy?
Yeah, Robert Kennedy's middle son. He was my roommate in prep school.
He was?
Yep.
How old was he? How old were you?
How old are you when you're in sophomore in high school?
A sophomore in high school. Oh, like 14?
Yeah, 14, 15. Yep. Mm-hmm. And, I used to always be reading books, reading.
Joe Kennedy.
Yep.
Did you talk to him a bunch?
We lived in the same room.
So you really know him kind of well.
Yeah, a whole year. I know what his farts smell like. I know what time of evening he masturbated. Let's see, what else do I know? Well, you're in the same room, And don't believe a word I say. Famous people shit, and famous people masturbate. That's pretty much it. I knew nothing. I didn't care to know. I mean, he was such a dweeb. I mean, this guy. So I remember one night. Every night he used to say to me, "Stop reading books. Why are you reading so many books?" And I'm going, books are good. You kind of learn things about it. I don't need to read books. I'm a Kennedy. I have people who take care of that for me. I never have to worry about it. I'm a Kennedy, basically. So that guy wasn't my best of best friends.
He didn't feel like reading right then. So
no, he was in bed wanting to masturbate. Turn that light off, go to sleep so I can masturbate. And I would stay awake so he couldn't masturbate because I was reading books. Why are you reading books? Don't believe a word I say. This is just a story for your entertainment. And you too over there. John's got his camera over there. Over there. Right, so.
I'm going to charge it up. I'm going to get rid of it.
He's going to go get his charger. Anyway, so, anyway, back to Grandma. Why she's infamous. So she came from Sicily, right? And she was on an island. Like when my grandma and I watched Neil, what's his name, Walk on the Moon, right? Which I'm sitting in her apartment, right? This little apartment she has. She went from having an amazing apartment in New York City. My dad got rid of that. I mean, he didn't get rid of it because he didn't own it. And then he said, no, you need to live near me. And so she had a house, the house that he grew up in. So he went there. And then it was like, he said, oh, the house is too big. And then he put her into like a little cell of an apartment, but she didn't care. It was like close to me and close to the church and close to a few of her friends. So she didn't care. And so anyway, why she was in, what? Why she was
about another person?
Yeah, my grandma. We're going through.
She was famous?
My grandma. She was infamous.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Infamous.
I thought she was your special grandma who raised you, and that was.
She was. No, she was infamous though.
I didn't know she did some famous thing.
Yeah, she was infamous.
For what?
For being her. I mean, that's where I've got this Forrest Gump gene to always be in the right place at the right time. And that's what life's about. It's about timing. People are going, oh, I can't do this, can't do that, can't do that. LA. Yeah, John, I do well wherever I go. Doesn't matter. I'm out in the woods. I'm doing great with the squirrels, So, ow. Whoa.
Man.
Well, put the thing.
We all got to drop dead.
Yeah. No, not drop dead. We all have to die, but I don't know about dropping dead.
Besides God and Jesus and the people in heaven, if there are people in heaven, because Judgment Day hasn't happened yet.
It happens every time you die, John. You are judged when you die. And you judge, basically, you're judged every day. Why people are neurotic is because they feel guilty about the stuff they do, you know? And so, but if you turned it so the white thing's on that end, the TV,
I can't change the camera once it starts filming.
it won't flip around. My camera does that.
Upside down?
Yeah, like if I did this, it was video, and I did this, the image would stay the same. I wouldn't go upside down.
Once it starts filming, you got to keep in that same position if it's a live video.
Oh, okay. Because in live video, this thing, when it used to do it, would turn around. Anyway, but that's a whole nother story. So my grandma being infamous, she was born on a little island in Sicily, right, where everyone had red hair. They were Celts, right? They were Druids, right? And the Italians don't like to talk about that. Red-headed Italians, they don't like to talk about it. There are a bunch of them. They're out there. And so, like when we were watching the guy walk on the moon, right? We're watching him, right? And it's like, 3 a.m, and we stayed up and we're watching this because I was Mr. Spaceboy, because I had the helmet on my head. And it was after the helmet. I had the helmet on my head from first grade to third grade. Third grade, and before third grade, the spring before third grade, the helmet came off. And about 6 months after the nun tried to kill me, they unwired my jaw. But I still had to wear, I had the helmet on. I had to wear a patch over my eye.
What famous people did you?
My grandma, infamous, right?
What is she infamous for?
Okay, what she was infamous for. So anyway, we were watching the guy walk on the moon and jump off, and I'm going, like, oh, and my grandma looks at me and goes, "Remember this day, Al, because when I was your age, like I probably was 69, so 19. When I was your age, I was just ready to leave the island and go find my life. And all I knew, my parents were Celts and they were Druids.
Is that bugs or is that catnip? It's catnip.
Anyway, she said, when I was your age, I was still on the island. I was getting ready to have a life. And I lived in a house that was made out of a mud hut that we had no windows, no doors. I mean, we had openings, but there was nothing in it, right? We had no electricity, no running water, no anything, right? And here I am at 80-something years old, and I'm watching a guy walk on the moon on a little box in my living room. Now, just think the difference. Mud hut, nothing, man on moon, box in the living room, right? Just think of that, And then she goes, you will see even bigger changes than this, right? So that was the kind of grandma, right? No one else had that kind of.
Was America different when you were a kid in the 60s?
Oh, sure. But I was a kid. I was a kid in the 50s, a teenager in the 60s.
Is America different?
Oh, beyond. Everyone believed.
That's what my parents said too.
Right. Beyond the shadow of a doubt.
They said it's way different.
But in reality, it wasn't. We just were drinking the Kool-Aid. We were being lied to.
Supposed to be.
No, it wasn't.
There's about the same amount of sin.
No, it wasn't that. Everyone sinned. There wasn't anyone alive who didn't sin.
Yeah, besides Jesus.
Right. So yes, there wasn't the same amount of sin. It was, and they were killing people for money. I mean, the Vietnam War was all about money. It had nothing to do about geopolitics. Russia was our buddy. We were
like J.K. Rowling.
What's
execute 10,000 people so I can keep.
I don't think J.K. does.
Harry Potter, the occult, wizardry, sorcery, satanic occult.
John, that book is basically a children's book, just like Grimm's. You want to see something
Harry
real?
Potter,
You should read Grimm's. They call it Grimm's fairy tales for a reason.
Satan. For J.K. Rowling.
So is J.K. Rowling's?
It's scary. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's a bunch of occult stuff, like the wands, the witchcraft and wizardry.
John,
those are things that the.
Do you have a dollar bill on you right now?
J.K. Rowling.
Do you have a dollar bill on
$10 billion.
John, do you have a dollar bill on you?
Maybe she's nice.
John, do you have a dollar bill?
I don't know. Maybe she's nice. I don't know.
I will go get one because our $1 bill nice, is more satanic. Here,
that's like showing
you keep talking. Keep talking, John.
That's why it made so much big money.
Keep the house entertained.
They found a way to capitalize on sin.
Keep talking. Keep talking. I'll be right back.
I don't care. I can't judge her. Maybe she'll get into heaven. I don't know. I was hoping to see. I was hoping to see how many famous people Al met. Like he'd say, David Bowie, Jimi Hendrix. Here's all the famous people he met so far that I know of. Well, people like his grandmother and people in the art scene who are, the New York art scene, they're kind of famous, but not A-list. I was hoping to see people he met who are, A-list or very famous people. Joe Kennedy's kind of one. Okay, that's so far in this video, we've got Joe Kennedy, and then he's met David Bowie, Jimi Hendrix, the keyboard player Ray Manzarek for the Doors.
So you want to see some real occult shit? Here is some occult shit right there. No. Right there. That dollar bill right there. Right? That dollar bill is some real occult shit right there. There's the Eye of Horus, the stepped pyramid, and then all around it, this camera is not picking up. There's a ton of other. Yeah, the Eye of Horus. That's the Eye of Horus. And that's Satan right there.
Oh, that's
right awesome. Right there.
Protect us from evil, Jesus.
See, there it is.
Protect us from evil, Jesus.
Satan.
Protect us from evil, Jesus.
Our dollar bill, right?
That's bad.
Yeah.
And the White House has a satanic pentagram in the streets.
Yes.
With the southernmost tip of the pentagram pointing right at the White House.
You got it, buddy.
On the map of Washington.
Yeah. I mean, all of Washington is a pentagram. It's a satanic symbol. They have, the Washington Monument is is the penis of Satan. So when you said, are things any different now than they were then? Not really, except
he thinks that there are mega trillionaires and stuff alive today who are like the Illuminati, but I think they don't exist.
Who's he? Who?
You.
No. You don't see. John keeps saying.
You think they're trillionaire Illuminati?
No. See, John has no idea what I feel or think or feel because he hardly ever listens. He just projects what he thinks is going on.
I'm not scared of any of that stuff anymore.
Well, you shouldn't.
I think we're all human. It says in the Bible, God created humans.
Yep.
And if there are any aliens, they're in the heavens and they're good.
They're here.
They're kind.
No, they're basically
good creatures. You think they're not kind?
No, John.
See, that's a little different from what I think.
See, again, he projects. He's telling me what I think. You're projecting. Ooh. I mean, just what you said. You open your mouth, you say things, they have no real meaning that has any context to me.
The Bible says what reality is. The Bible says only aliens are.
The Bible doesn't say
all
that.
All aliens are good. It says all aliens are good. They're from the heavens. And usually they're cherubs. And they can't hurt us. That's why when I looked in the backyard,
John, the Bible says that. So where in the Bible does it say that?
Lights on them.
Where does it say that?
I wasn't afraid of them because what's the most they're going to do? Come down and say, hi, and make friends. But some of the stuff in the Bible's scary. Some of the stuff in the Bible's scary. They have these creatures with various heads, like a goat and all this stuff that like might be an alien or something. Because one time I was sleeping down here with all the lights off, and then I got afraid of. I got the thought, look at these revelations in the Bible or something. It was like a Bible verse, but I don't know if it was because I was thinking about the neighbor or what. But I got the thought, look at
which neighbor?
Revelations.
Which neighbor?
And then I looked it up on my phone when I was in the dark, and it said this creature that looked like a goat and was an alien and really big and had wings or something. It was like, it described it in this terrifying way. It was pitch black out outside the window, and the window was wide open, no blinds, nothing on it. And I went, ah! I screamed really loud. I yelled, and then I tried to go upstairs because I didn't want to turn all the lights on and everything. And then I was like, I was a little scared, and I went upstairs. But then I thought it was maybe the neighbor. Somehow I telepath. I don't know if it's possible to know what he's thinking, because it was like, look up Revelations 27:2.
I don't think
something like that.
I don't think that. No.
In my head. I don't know where it came from.
Right.
But from the neighbor, somehow I could. It was my thoughts. I got a specific Bible verse to look it up. I had never read it before in my life, and I looked it up, and it was terrifying. And that window was open in there to all the outside that was pitch black. Out in the woods, pitch black. Usually it's safe here. I can turn all the lights off, and it's really safe, and I'm not afraid of it. And I don't have to be mean. I be nice. And I had to learn that there's this one time it was pitch black on the entire mountain, and I had a giant sword, and I thought I'll bring it because I had to go down. I had to get my friend to give me a ride down the hill, and I was going to have to walk all the way back up to leave the car there or something. And I was like, I'll just bring it so I could fight it. Even if it was a bear or something, I thought I could fight it because I was strong back then and like really good shape. And I thought I could like fight any animal as long as it's not like a panther or a cougar, because those things are scary or were scary. But now they're not. I'm not afraid of them anymore. They're kind. You don't mess with them, and they don't do anything to you. Especially bears. Like they're not. You just don't get near them, and you get away from them. And so I was going to bring a sword, and then I got the feeling. Oh, and then Alex was the one who helped me with that. He helped me. He was the person in this neighborhood helped me become more kind. And you helped me, and other people in this neighborhood helped me be more kind. And then eventually I found God and Jesus on my own here. And he was like, you can't bring that sword. Don't bring the sword. And I was like, okay. And so I had to walk up the mountain in the pitch black, not knowing if there would be a bear or any animals like within a few feet of me, because it was all pitch black, and I just had a little iPhone light. And I made it walking up the mountain, and I felt safe. I felt like even if there's a bear or something, I'd go, hey, and be nice to him and get along with him. And I learned to be kind to others and not to put up a front or act like if there's somebody coming up behind me, I'd hit him or something, or scare him or something like. Of course, I never hit anyone. I don't fight anyone, or I wouldn't hit anyone.
This is why.
But then I learned how to be kind to everybody, no matter how I was worried if they're gonna I wasn't worried anymore if they're gonna hurt me, because in the first world, pretty much the worst thing that they can do is words, and the words don't become real. They don't manifest as reality if they're thinking with all their might that they're gonna do these horrible, awful things to you, like stab somebody in the skull with a knife or something like that. Like when people get really angry and they say things like that, like it doesn't really happen. Like I've thought about doing that to my own head probably 100 times, and it hasn't hurt my head at all. But it's a thought. It's a thought, and it doesn't become real. Like The Secret, the law of attraction or whatever, that's not real. That's kind of the occult, like trying to conjure something into reality by thinking about it so strongly and knowing that,
But that's what prayer is, John.
I'm
John,
that's
prayer.
All this money to myself.
That's prayer. There are Christian churches that are about abundance. Go to this church and and give Reverend Larry, $10, and you'll get $1,000. Buy that prayer cloth for $50. You'll make $50,000. That's prayer.
I abused it too much. I tried to make these things a reality in my life, way more money, things that happen in real life by thinking it with all my might, and it what happened is it made it awful. And then I can no longer even do it in the regular ways that humans do it a little bit. Like I might work really, work relentlessly at something or cleaning something in the house to make it look better, like it's worth more or whatever work that I had to do. And I leave all the results up to God and Jesus now. So that's why, like with my videos, I haven't been able to think this one's going to get, a million billion views or whatever, like, a billion views or something like that. I haven't been able to think about that with all my might, but I was working on my house too. And that really did go up in value, I think. But I don't know. I don't want to say.
So, John, the bottom line is
that God gave me that I didn't have to.
But
of course, I wasn't. About it.
God is, the spirit entity is not like
just for my hard work.
You can't have a transactional. God is. You have to do stuff in co-creation. God wants not him. Okay, John, here's a new car. No, God wants us to be in co-creation, because why we're here on this planet is to learn how to love one another and ourselves and to serve God.
So it's okay for you. Maybe it's okay for me to do some of that again.
Only
to think about, I want these results and to go out.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh no,
you have to do this. You have to be your best. Be your best, and by being your best, you're doing your best. You're not letting And thoughts are damaging. When you say mean things to people, it damages them. And it damages you for saying them. These are real truths, real power. You feel them. I mean, whenever you feel bad when someone says something mean to you, you know that it has power. But we are here to co-create. Moses asked the burning bush, "What's your name?" And the burning bush's reply was, "I am a work in progress." Now, the King James says, "I am who I am." And the only person who says that is Popeye. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. I am who I am.
You talked about this in that other video.
Yes, I talk about it a lot because I'm trying to get it through to people to realize
who
that.
Who are the super famous people you met? Okay, Joe Kennedy.
He's not
Norman Rockefeller.
Yeah, not Norman Rockefeller. No. Nelson
Rockefeller.
Yes.
And the other guy,
Henry Kissinger. I met a lot of people more powerful than those guys. Those guys are just poster boys.
Who are the
all the famous people are poster boys.
I found out.
What'd you find out?
I found out, everybody. There's a famous person in the past who had thousands of times the money that Elon Musk had. Thousands of times.
Who is that?
Some guy who owned the GDP, 25% GDP, which meant 25% of the money on the entire earth.
Who is that?
It was like an ancient person. I have a list of all the trillionaires throughout history that are known. But back then it was it was worth.
Yeah, but the GDP wasn't that big.
For today's money, it was worth trillions. Mm-hmm. And this one person had hundreds of trillions of dollars.
Now, what year was that?
I have a list of all of them. I'm making a list. I was going to make a video on all the trillionaires.
All right.
Who have lived. And it makes Bill Gates look like,
Oh, Bill Gates, all those.
They have 4,000 times as much as Bill Gates.
But
they had 4,000 or 2,000 times.
But John, but all those guys, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Do they live like that on Earth today?
It's irrelevant.
Are there real trillionaires on Earth who own the United States?
Yes.
There are?
Yeah.
How do you know from being at this private schools with the famous?
No, how I know is because I read things, even on this stupid little box. No, but I mean,
and they didn't go public with it. Like,
oh
like
no, they are public with it. They shout it from the housetops.
they have trillions of dollars.
Yeah.
That's not true, because the richest people on earth supposedly only have less than $200 million, I think. Not even 200 billion, less than $200 billion. There are no known public trillionaires today. I mean, has everyone heard of a trillionaire today?
Yeah,
Not really.
Jeff Bezos for a little while.
Bezos has 200 billion.
No, he's got more than that.
Maybe 400 billion. He's on his way to a trillion.
Okay.
And so is Elon. Maybe
let's
Elon Musk is going to go really big.
Are there any trillionaires
cars
living today?
I think.
World's first trillionaire is alive today, independently matched. World's first trillionaire alive today. Extrapolation, current wealth growth rates, yields.
All the trillionaires.
How many trillionaires are there in the world? That's a good one.
And I get sad. I'm like, why would I just be making a video?
Well, you should be making a video. You should make a video. Why do I make videos? Because the audience I have likes them, and it helps them find things. Okay, I'm going to ask you guys. We've been just drooling here. From your reasoning, why do you watch Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob? What do you get out of it? What is that thing that is special? What is that thing that makes you feel good? Why do you watch this? And how has Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob changed your life? You got anything? Lynn, Kay, Anthony, you got anything?
Better? Yeah, it's better. So you met Henry Kissinger, Nelson Rockefeller. Yep. Joe Kennedy was your roommate,
right?
So you really got to know him. You could really do a story on him, but then is he alive today?
Oh yeah.
What would he do?
He's like, drink. He's like his Uncle Ted. I mean, all those guys are like off the hook. I mean, even the ones who are trying to. That one guy who's Robert Kennedy's son, who's anti-vaxxer.
Robert Kennedy.
Yeah, he landed at our school in a helicopter. The whole Kennedy crew got out. It was instead of, the other rich people showed up in limousines. The Kennedys had to show up in a Air
John
Commander.
F. Kennedy was in my grandfather's car in New York City because my father is chief of the NYPD. He was the most powerful policeman on earth. My grandfather. He was the chief of the NYPD. It was pretty
This
cool.
is true. His father, his grandfather. Yep.
He was an Irishman.
What was his name? What was his name? What was his name?
Michael G. Birmingham.
Michael, go Google. I'm going to Google that right now. Michael G. Birmingham. Okay, let's see.
I don't know if you'll be able to find.
Oh, come on. He's there. This guy was, I knew who he was.
Of New York City.
Right.
He has a picture of John F. Kennedy that he signed.
Michael G. Birmingham, police chief of New York City.
He was friends with John Glenn, the astronaut.
Dermot F. Shea. According to some information I found on Wikipedia.
To eat food at dinner.
No.
And he's not like some. It would be like somebody who kind of made it as a
Michael J. Birmingham, police chief, New York City, in the past.
He was a police chief.
Considered a career police officer.
It's a kind of
starting out in traffic enforcement, agent school, safety. That's where John's grandfather started. Worked his way up to be chief of police.
Oh.
Well known.
Did I put that on there?
No, you didn't put it on there.
Where does it say that?
Right there.
New York police.
Considered a career as police officer, traffic enforcement, agent school. Anyway, so National Institute of Justice.
You might have to look more to even be able to find anything about him. He wasn't like some A-list actor.
What was his name again?
Chief of police. He started in
These
poverty.
pictures should match.
He started in poverty in the Great Depression.
Only heard A-list actors and look who it gave me A-list actors.
He started in poverty in the Great
Josh
Depression.
Papard.
When he was 17, he had to go to work to pay for all his brothers and sisters, and he kept working and working. He happened to be Irish, and I don't know if he had a part of getting Irish people out of the being looked down on stuff they were. And
Birmingham, chief of New York City Police.
Fit in the police because he was Irish. And
Michael Cunningham. See this? It's in Michael Cunningham.
In a small way, and then he moved back to Roanoke, and he lived in a little ranch house. He didn't have that much money, you know. He was a police chief. I don't know how much they pay him.
Aren't we having fun yet? Let's see.
He had John F. Kennedy in his car. I didn't even know he was a police chief. I knew he was a police officer when I was little. I knew, he was a police officer before he retired. I didn't know he was anything like that special. You know, there are people.
So John, here, read this.
Read this,
John. Read this. John, read this. From there to down there. Read this. And the question was, what have you gotten from Dreamy Dreamland? So from L down, what does that say? Right.
What could you possibly do to make High throw you out? Unreal patience. I have never seen it. Phew. Nobody else matters. Can you stand living on your own skin? We'll be first billionaire. Somebody. The two people said that I was like talking too much. You didn't like me talking about my
No. I wanted you to read all the question.
More famous people.
Am I saying anything about this? He's the one who wants me to keep going on about famous people. But what I'm talking about right now, what I find most important. See, this might. Do you think this would be entertaining if we took a road trip? Anyway, you tell stories that youth will never understand today. Learning, patience, and listening, the greatest skill. A true enlightened being. Right? Let's see. Anyway, John. So what other famous people? So the three that you just named. See those guys? Yeah, people may know their names, but they're worth. Like Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger is. All these people are basically poster boys. Poster boys, right? Yeah, they're up like George Christie. Madame Ogakuver, and
Not you. Don't kiss your ass goodbye. You can stay here.
Okay, good.
I want you to stay here.
Yeah, good.
I was talking. That's what I thought. I got the idea. Someone was saying it to me.
No, you're not going anywhere, John. You haven't gone anywhere in 5 years. I've been trying to crowbar you out of this house just to go have some fun, and he's been here forever. For 5 years, and especially the last 2 years. Have you gone? You've gone out of here a few times in 2 years.
Not that much.
You went to your parents' house for Christmas Eve, right? That's going down the hill. Yeah.
In 2019, I worked on this house a bunch.
Right.
2020, by some miracle, COVID-19, I started going out working for my parents.
Right.
And by some miracle, COVID-19 happened. I had to stay inside. So all of 2020, I did videos.
Right.
Besides, near the end, I had to start working on my house again. It was not easy. Then 2021, I got to work on videos in the house. And then now you showed up. And
I'm trying to get John to get a life, to have a life, not just to work on the house and do videos, but have a life, to meet other people.
I already have a life. This is my life. If there's a better life than this, if I need to get a life, it's probably my next life after I die.
You wouldn't like a girlfriend. You wouldn't like to go out and have fun, listen to music.
It's wrong, and it feels so shallow and unfulfilling inside that I usually don't even talk to other people that much because it feels like this is wrong. I should be there for my children. You know, it's if.
But you're not. You're here. You're not there for your children. You know.
It's wrong. It's to be with.
And you know what my lawyer friend said to me?
Even talking to them regular.
My lawyer friend said to me that forget trying to. He said, first of all, you probably won't find a lawyer in this state to help you. And
How
if
do you know, you're not a lawyer. How
again,
do you know?
tape recorder, not listening. I explained to you. I called 3 lawyers. One, a Supreme Court judge, the state Supreme Court judge, right, who taught at Harvard, who taught at Columbia, and I talked to another guy who's big time corporate lawyer /
Well, I don't even.
and then I talked to a woman who is a medical doctor, psychologist, and a lawyer, and she specifically only does law for divorce and family law. That's it. That's all she does. I called all 3 of them, coming from 3 different legal positions, looking at things. All said, forget it, because of the amount of time that has gone by, and for what happened. They said, well, we don't know the specifics particularly, but this is not going to happen. All said what you should do if you really want to, because I've told him this. His children are the age of Morat, meaning they can decide what they want to do. They don't have to stay with their mother. They could come visit him.
One of them is.
Now the other one could also fit in that quota, right? But laws are different in different states. But your oldest son could definitely say, I'm going to go see Dad. And if you had to, so I want to take him physically in his car, so we'll have a car, and
I don't want to go out to these random fucking stupid ass places.
You don't want to go to New York City and stay in your grandma's house?
Sounded like.
I mean, that would be fun, John.
I don't want to go to those random stupid ass places. I'd like to be with Danica. She'd be the one who I'm with all the time.
That's not going to happen, John. You have to really understand. You've been divorced for 10 years. She doesn't want to be with you. She tells you every time you talk to her. And just because you want it to happen.
I give a fuck about going to any random state besides somewhere I can film videos or besides filming videos, my kids.
New York is a big.
I like being with my wife and my kids.
What do you mean? You haven't been with them for 10 years.
There's something I would enjoy.
You haven't been with them for 10 years.
Filming a video.
You haven't been with them for 10 years.
There isn't shit else that I give a fuck about doing unless it's kindness to others that I have to do. That's God's work.
You don't have to do anything, John.
It's God's work, very little for myself. It's having to be so kind. How the fuck would I go out there? I'd have to almost suffer like Jesus to be able to make it there and maybe get my family back. And it might come down to that if it's either going to be die or have to do that. And then maybe I'll get my family back.
To get your family back, you have to go to Texas and be there.
I've already gone across.
No, but I mean, you stayed a week, you stayed a month. No, you go there, you get a house, you get a job, you stay there.
One time.
Yes, you do. You didn't even make it. You got distracted in Mississippi, and that's a story. And now you should make a movie. That's the movie you should make, buddy.
I've been there 7 times.
Now that would be. You should write that as a script. The time that you got in your car.
I've been celibate for 3 or 4 years since I found out. Well, before I found out, it was I kind of knew. I've mostly been alone and sleeping by myself. I've literally slept alone myself for adding up to 10 years. Ugh. It has been awful. Every night that I had to sleep by myself, every day that I had to live by myself, I don't give a fuck.
How many of you out there
I don't want to be single.
have to sleep by yourself? I sleep by myself. It's comfy. Every now and then I find someone to get warm with, but
I don't care.
If you search for My Village on Google, I'll tell you to
filmmaking videos.
The mask.
That's second. My wife and my kids are first. What else is there besides having to do God's work, to be kind to others who have nothing that much in common with.
Uh,
Like, this is the South, right? Like, do they have a film industry here?
yes, they do.
I thought that was in Southern California.
Georgia
Last
has
time I fucking checked what I enjoyed.
Georgia has a pretty big movie industry in Atlanta.
Yeah, they have a small industry. They have, like, how could a working actor go there and actually get steady work?
They do.
They have 1% of what LA has.
Oh, they might have a little
one.
more.
Literally fucking have. I'm not even trying to be a dumb jerk.
How about New York City? How about
whatever the fuck they try to pretend that?
How about New York City? How about New York City? How about New York City?
Even enjoy.
I mean, you have a house in New York City you can stay in.
Fucking film videos out in public. So what's the purpose? Why would I even go out? There's nothing enjoyable for myself.
What about New York City? That's a big movie industry place, you know.
If you want me to actually sin more, New York City has less than 10% of what Los Angeles has for film and music. Los Angeles has 80% of the film and music industry. That's how it is. And that's what I enjoy to work at, because I am a workaholic usually. I worked so hard that right now I'm walking around really slow to recuperate from.
What percentage does LA have of music and film industry?
Yes, it's the best movie industry. It's most of all the movie industry that there is for America to communicate with the entire rest of the world. That's where it all is in Los Angeles, or nowadays YouTube. You can do it on a computer, supposedly, but then I wasn't allowed to film videos every time I went out into that town. So it discouraged me, and I hid out here. And then it's a lot of God's work. I know that when I go out there, and there's very little for myself. I know that from what I've experienced in the past. So how would it be that fun and enjoyable for me all of a sudden to be motivated and happy about going out there and looking good and feeling happy about myself to go out there when that was shot down every fucking time? Oh, don't say shot down, then we'll fucking kill you with a gun, because it's some stupid ass anxiety that I don't understand what it means. But it was not allowed when I went out there to film with a video around here. I don't know. I mean, this neighborhood is way better than any other neighborhood I've ever been to on earth. But going down into Roanoke, 60-some% voted for Trump. Hey, how are you? Oh, man. And, you know, I mean, I don't know what they're like, but they have no career future other than having to work at real estate, which I don't want to do. So why would I want to go down there, and what would I personally enjoy out of it in itself? Even I know it's wrong to be selfish, but I like to enjoy things too. So how is driving out there with all those people who have jobs that have nothing to do with my kind of job, how is that supposed to be enjoyable in Roanoke? And whoever made it in Roanoke, other than when my videos started getting big enough, it's like almost like they didn't want it to.
What about that thing that we went to at the Holiday Inn?
I don't have it right.
What about all those people at the Holiday Inn that were celebrating?
Did I ever get paid at that fucking convention? Oh, you're a guest. Oh, how cool it is. Convention. Who gives a fuck? I didn't make 10 cents at that fucking place.
But
it's fun. Yeah. Little shit. Yeah. Who cares? They didn't pay me 10 cents. They didn't pay me $4. They didn't pay me $300. And if they did, it'd be a one-time little bullshit ass fucking thing. From my experience, I've been here since 2005. Oh, one time this guy paid me $300 to be in a commercial. Yeah, one time he made $300. The man who shook the hand of fucking Andy Griffith.
Anyway,
I know it's wrong to say, but then why the fuck has my social life been on hold for 6 years, hiding away in these dark houses by myself? It sucks. Because you know why? Because when I walk down there, it's not Sunset Boulevard. It's not walking down.
So why aren't you living in? Why aren't you in LA? Why aren't you in LA?
Because my family are here. What good would it be?
What family? Your mom and dad?
Yes, they're still alive. My parents.
So why do you?
It's 20% at most of what I had with my wife and kids. My wife and kids was almost everything.
But they're not here.
I was a
They're
little
not
too selfish.
You know,
about
so
it.
why? I mean, if you were in
I
LA,
almost didn't give that much of a fuck about that much. Of
see, I don't
else.
understand. You could go to LA.
So how
you could do all the things you love to
this
do,
much love
and you would be that much closer because they have planes that go from LA to Houston like for $60, and you could go almost, you know, every weekend and visit them. You know, why don't you do that? Be in LA.
Travel that much. Unless it's something really personally.
Well, it's really important. So if you go to, so you want to live in LA, right? It's your town.
No, I think God wants me here. I don't know why. It has been awful. It's been awful every day. Every day. Every day this month I wanted to die. At least at one time in the day I gave up. And again, I did it today in this video almost by putting a gun in my hand and pretending to shoot. But I don't want to kill myself. I don't want to kill myself.
But dying is
So
like,
you can't fucking take me away.
you know, life is a gift.
I don't know.
And the end, death will come soon enough. And
I've had enough of it. It's been an awful existence for 6 years.
But you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, that's why I keep going.
It could be fun and happy. You might get to fornicate. Is that all you look forward to?
No.
Is that the only thing that you?
No, the actually thing that I have fun at is helping these folks here on the chat have a better life. You know, and
what if you never got to have sex again? Would it be ever fun to think of the things that might get?
You know, sex. You know, what's interesting about sex? I'm you know, 72, and I will be anyway soon, and it's amazing that I have romance bump into me every now and then, and that's good enough for me. You know, I'm fine with that.
To keep my mouth shut and be happy with. Just being
no,
like,
it's no.
Amount of love and acceptance, but that's about all that I have left around here, and some friends or some other family. But like,
well, that's why I'm here, John. I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you to try and find a direction that you can be happy with. Because you're not dying anytime soon, buddy. You know. I'm not even going to die anytime soon.
I'm having to live,
you know,
and I'm not going to kill myself.
Right.
But there are things I enjoy to do, like starting in 1998 when I was 20 years old. I was like, I really got to get to work on this filmmaking and videos and stuff like that. I really got to work at it really hard if I want to get somewhere because it was not getting the results that I wanted.
Where in North America do you want to be, Anthony?
With my career and the things that I enjoy to work at. So when I was 20, I realized I really got to work hard at it. That was in 1998, and I relentlessly worked at that goal of my films, my work, my original work for the things I enjoy and think are cool or like to do or understand and relate to and feel emotional about.
So how long did you do that?
Feel good about.
How long did you do that?
Those kinds of things that
How long did you do that?
From 98 till constantly, even now when I'm not really working at it with all that.
So you've been working on it since 98, and it's something, and that's the thing you love doing.
I'm still uploading videos like almost all the
and so you're doing what you really love to do, but you want to kill yourself. You want to die.
I don't want to kill myself.
You want to die.
I want Danica to love me again, but I can't make her. If I can't,
no, you can't.
I don't know how to make her love me or what.
Well, sure, you can't do it from here. You got to go there and stay there and prove to her that, hey,
this is so little enjoyment. Texas, it's like some random place in the U.S.
But it's not a random place. That's where your boys are. That's where little baby Ayla is. That's where Danica is. It's not some random place. That's where everything you say matters to you the most of anything in the world is. So if that's where they are, that's where, right. So she hasn't. Little baby Ayla is so important to you.
Yeah, but it's up to Danica how I'm able to be there for all of them.
But
regular, normal.
But trying to get into their life from here, going there to prove that you are sincere. You know, you're
sincere. How could
your physical body being there is a representation of your sincerity.
She sees really well. Her health is really good. I stood up for her looking like an A-list superstar until she became really famous because I loved her so much and protected her and wanted her to be okay and stood up for her and the kids as much as I possibly could till they got like kind of famous.
Is that important?
Well, it was something that I wanted, so I had planned on for myself. So I thought, we all kind of do it now. So Roan was raised in that. The films and videos, not famous, but like our work at that stuff. Like for Rowan,
Does he have an agent? Does he appear in TV shows?
No, we just did our own whole productions. We can do it from here in Rowan. Then I don't know, I'm not against Roanoke, but it didn't feel as happy when the money wasn't coming from the things I enjoyed. Like just going out there, it was like, since 2005, is this the results I got? However much money this video, however many people are watching my video now, how much money is that making? People can do the math. 1,000 views is what? The most, $4 or $8.
Well, on the average, I get 75 people watch. How much money is 75 people? It's not even, so it's obvious that I do not do Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob for cash.
You figured out a way to not have
how to live on $400 and be happy.
That's been something really special that I learned from you.
Right.
That I can get by on less if I have to.
Right. You don't need a lot of money.
I can get by on less if I have to.
Mm-hmm. All right. So,
as long as you have enough food, shelter.
Yep. And it's all relative. Meaning, I live in the woods, so spring, summer, and fall.
I already had a stupid outburst being my stupid self, but those are the things that selfishly make me happy.
Yeah. So, John, do you like to paint? He's a painter. He really paints really well.
I don't even care about being some big famous person.
No. But do you like doing it?
Painting is work.
John, no, it is.
To actually make it look that good.
What, a piece of art?
Instead of not looking as good.
Right.
That's a huge amount of effort and work.
Well, I knew.
Doesn't come easy.
So talk about famous people. So I know Kiki Smith,
That's
Judy Riva,
not looking as good and looking really, really good.
Julian Schnabel,
it's not something that
Dolly, who else?
Who would want to constantly have to do all that?
John Birmingham, not John Birmingham. he could be. Jami here. Jami could be famous and rich from his painting, but he doesn't do it. Those people, just four people I named, they had to make art. They never stopped making art. They weren't even thinking about the money. They just kept making art.
That's what I've been doing.
And that's why they had big lofts, and they store all the paintings they made. And then
I don't want to be like them. I want my wife and kids. If she loves me, if she's not going to love me, then why would I want her? So
why wouldn't you want somebody else?
Then we can figure out ways to make money or whatever we would do that we make money at. Whatever it is that we make money at.
You tell me she's like making $3,000 a month.
Houses or something that whatever it is.
You tell me she makes $3,000 a month. And that's way I live on $400.
$72,000. She made $72,000 in 1 month.
Right. So I would say
just 1 month.
Then that's not
other months she made like 6,000, 10,000, 20,000.
And I live on $400 a month, and I'm happy.
Now she's not.
I'm living like a millionaire.
She's still making money.
So the money thing really doesn't seem to be a problem. It's.
Does that sound like a huge amount of money?
Yeah.
$72,000 a month. Yeah. Guess what? She's in debt and doesn't own that. She doesn't have any money.
Right. And she's still making $3,000.
Went down a little bit. She wasn't making enough.
Well, then she shouldn't. Why is she in debt? She's buying stuff that she doesn't need. What makes her in debt?
And she hasn't shown her body. Oh, and what's that?
I said, how can you be in debt? The only way you can be in debt if you're making at least $3,000 a month is to spend more than $3,000 a month. I mean, I spend about 120. Well, let's say I spend $400 a month, right? because having stuff, all it is like you fill up a closet. You fill up the house. It's like anyway. But the real deal is if they're the most important. You hungry yet? Because I have stuff ready for. Man, I made this. I mean, he has so much food here. It's like. And then he bought more.
What is the moral of this? That it's not important to be. It's not important to be famous.
No.
And what makes
no. The moral is people who the people who become famous. They only become famous because they're doing something they like so much that people say, "Wow, that's pretty cool."
I talked through the whole thing.
Right. You didn't talk through the whole thing.
Well, you talked. I don't know.
We this was a conversation. It wasn't like a stroll
God
through.
And Jesus knows.
Yes.
It's okay to go back to being that way. I don't know. Like a kid who says, "I don't know," because we don't know. God and Jesus knows. We're a man or a woman. We sin or we're flawed, and we're flawed. We sin and we're flawed. We're not perfect. We make mistakes. So there's people who think that their words are so important and they want to get every word right, and they think that they never make mistakes.
Ain't no way.
Sometimes sometimes they may be
Kiki,
more right than
good to see you, buddy.
Sometimes they may be more right than I do. I don't know. They may be better than I am.
What's for dinner? Well, I have a big stew, vegetable, and lots of pork. We had a ton of pork ribs, big ones. Like Fred.
I didn't want to eat it.
Fred Flintstone, but he bought it. He didn't want to eat it, but he bought it, and it's yummy. I slow cooked it in a crock pot. I found this big, gigantic crock pot at Goodwill. And then, so he didn't want to eat that.
I think it was a little baby pig who was nice.
Well, even when you're eating a hot dog, John, when you're eating sausage, it's still a little baby pig.
And J.K. Rowling's book is called The Christmas Pig. I don't know.
He has something for KJ.
She might be good. I don't know. But
what's for dinner? Anyway,
come on. That's
and I've been using grits because he has lots of grits. Like potatoes, and grits, Southern grits, people think it's for breakfast, but it's the Italians have a polenta, which is grits. And so I've been cooking like that. So vegetables and grits and cheese, yummy. And I have this other thing, this really nice stew. That's, oh man, it is the big stew in the crock pot, yummy. The other thing on the big frying pan, and all of the things been slowly cooking, like over the day. And then I let them rest, and then I cooked them some more, then let them rest. And they had a few seasonings.
I've been in dark houses for 6 years.
See, the two camera angles between JB and yes, you like that.
Had to work on that. Oh, yeah.
So somebody's watching both our channels, John.
And it's still every moment of it is like.
Yes.
Well,
so John's a big fan of the two-shot, and I'm a fan of this, the close-up and the two-shot. I like doing both, But someone's watching both our channels at the same time.
They are?
Yeah, they're loving it because there's two different angles. And so they're getting two different directions, right, MJ? Grits are oats with whole left on it. Good roughage.
I don't know.
I had a great bowel movement this morning.
I don't know how else to feel happy. It's like the things that I enjoy. Like when I moved to Roanoke, I had something to look forward to as the years went by. I'll make a big movie, and or as big as I can for my little amount of money, and it'll be enough to where I can finally get famous, and then I can, be a big famous person that makes enough money and getting to make one movie after the next. That'll make money, and I'll make a movie. I'll get to make movies all the time for money. It just didn't happen in the way that I thought. But it kind of did. I'm just supposed to keep my mouth shut because it kind of did in some ways. I made some money at it, but, not enough to retire, and I still have to pay my bills. And I don't know what it's making
back from the dead. Yep.
It'd be amazing to retire.
Well, you are retired, John. You're up here all the time by yourself. That's, some people would call that retirement. You're retired
I
from
had
the
to
human
work
race.
from home.
You're retired from the
And
human
then I
race.
didn't get to socialize with others as much.
You could have.
But
You could have.
Sure.
You could have. I'm offering you the opportunity to do that. You know, in the next 2 or 3 months,
yeah.
we can get into a space where, like, you have this house in New York City that we can go stay in, not have to pay. You know, and then we can go. We can make movies there. You want to make, you know, with your phone, we could do some pretty amazing stuff in New York. You know.
Yeah, my kids are growing up without me. Hit the streets, stop filming videos.
Well, then let's go. Okay, if you don't want to do that, you know, you want to become rich and famous in movies, you don't want to do that, let's go to Texas and be with your kids. We can do that. But instead, for the last 5, 6 years, you've stayed here and talked to no one particularly except me. I'm the only person who really comes and tries my best to get you doing what.
Get in fucking game! Yeah!
See, isn't this great? I mean, this is like art films. I used to live next to an art film house before it became a portal. There'd be all these really strange movies. But nothing stranger than this. I think this is art. I really do think this is art. You know?
I was trying to
John, you gave me to laugh like you laugh.
I like the handicap. Maybe I'll be handicapped.
I am handicapped, but I don't act handicapped, you know? So, and
I don't even know if I'll keep living.
You will, John. You've got a long.
I don't even know if I care if I live or not. As long as my kids are okay. As long as Danica and my kids are okay. Some of my relatives. I don't care. I don't want to live. I don't care. What would I have to look forward to anymore?
Sunrise.
It's driving into town.
You live in a place.
To
the windows here have the most amazing sunrise and sunsets.
Go to the bank. Oh, keep your head down. Also, don't film any fucking videos of your car will run off the road or something for the gas pedal sticking down on its own. And you, of course, never being at fault because I don't break the law. But of course, since I'm filming too much, angels or something like that who want to have me put me in my place, try to have my car like have the gas pedal stick down or the brake not work or whatever the heck it is, and have my car wrecked. How enjoyable!
I gotta get up and walk. Oh yeah.
What are you doing? I'm sorry. I was supposed to leave and let him talk. I don't always get things right. That makes me even more sad. I didn't get it right the way I was supposed to do it. Am I a sad person? What? Am I a sad person? You're a good guy. It's been... You want some? No. I don't know what to do. Hey, somebody see on the streets and need a war. Hey, you want a hot soda? I'm sorry. My parents drink cold soda or seltzer water, whatever it's called. Either or. Protestants call up soda. Southern people drink club soda. Whatever it's called. You want one? I'm gay. Oh no! I'm not supposed to walk that way. That's not bad. If somebody walks that way. I had to be bedridden one time for 9 months, like an old person. So I understand what the handicap have to go through. I don't know. I don't want to act like some big, cool, famous person, somebody or another. And imagine the views it gets for even putting on an act, or not an act, but like feeling like, oh, I'm John Birmingham. I'm a big, cool, famous guy, all American. I'm good. And then like, look at the fucking views that it actually got for acting that way. So who even gives a fuck what the fuck that is? Wow, that's how I feel about it. What is that? Putting on a fucking show that like my family and friends are like, okay, we'll give you the benefit of that. They're standing up for me to be that way. Like I give a fuck to care about. Like I'm so cool that it's John Birmingham. God gets all the glory anyway. And literally to have to act that way, that's not even myself. And to literally get 40 views or 200 views or 300 views or 1,000 views or 800 views, I could give a fuck a little bit less than people even know. That it should be getting like 20,000 views for how many years I've been at it, I think. Unless, if it's appropriate for it to be this way, then I guess that's how it is. But I don't want to put on some show like I'm the cool, famous.
Dinner.
I don't care. I'd rather be retired with my loved ones, away from all of it, and not have to do any films or videos unless I felt like it.
Mm-hmm.
Not have to do any work unless I felt like it.
Baby.
Finally. It turned into a waking nightmare of hell, is what having to survive turned into for me. Literal waking nightmare of hell. That's what having to pay my bills and survival is. So I don't know if people get it. It was not easy. It sucked.
Yep.
And so I'm still afraid of it. That was at the end of 2014.
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
Nice too.
But technically, I guess I can not work anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But then I'd have to show up at my parents' house and go, because they would be helping me with money.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels wrong. So then I have to try to work really hard at stuff, I guess.
No,
Still.
you can kick back. Just enjoy your life. Enjoy.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
This is a seltzer water.
Yeah. Flavored one.
It doesn't have any calories.
Right. It has 0 calories.
That's why I like it. It doesn't have calories. And my parents did have this. Growing up, we drank it.
Mm-hmm.
And Danica's grandparents had it, and they're Southern. They're kind of Southern. They're from like old Virginia.
Did they have a seltzer bottle?
Did
you ever see the seltzer bottle?
I have not seen one of those in particular. They're really old ones.
Mm-hmm.
But we did have an at-home seltzer water maker
that
we made our own seltzer water from water, Danica and I.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes we'd add sugar and stuff, but we didn't put as much in it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not some big famous person. Come on. I don't need to put on a big act like I'm some cool whoever. Who cares? You know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not famous. I think I'm not, or kind of famous enough to where I happen to do stuff like that that makes a little bit of money.
Mm-hmm.
Enough like to do my real films and stuff that I'm good at and stuff. But it's not like an A-list actor, and it may never be.
Mm-hmm.
And I may die before, and if say like I got famous after I was dead, I think all our earthly works will be destroyed.
No, not putting it to stew.
all our earthly works will be destroyed on Judgment Day.
It's
And
carrots and
so
string
why does
beans
it matter
and
anyway?
pork and pickles and tomato sauce and garlic and onions and spinach. That's what it is. I sliced a pickle up and put it in. Kind of interesting.
I can't even imagine going to some public place like they do some screening. What would it even be? It'd have to be 100 times what it was before for it to even be at all enjoyable.
Mm.
So what would it be? Some other screening? Oh yeah, you didn't make any money out of course. Like when it was in 2002 or 3, I was like, I can't work for free anymore. It's too much. It's been too much work already. And then to think that I have to go to one more of those screenings where they don't pay you any money, no matter what the fuck it is. I can't imagine. That's why it's made me so unhappy. Because what was the joy about it? Oh,
Seeing people watch your movie
together.
and getting something from it.
They have to do all that work to get one little audience together. They have a screening like that once every 3 years. Like, what's the purpose of doing all that effort to have it be so small?
Anthony, you're right about that.
I don't know. Is that stupid?
No.
I worked at that for since 1997. Worked at it since 1997. I moved to LA when I was 19. I did some of it growing up. And still to this day, if I want to have a movie,
But if you had stayed in LA, you would have had a career.
Yeah, but instead I had a wife and kids. So
You could have stayed in LA.
Wife and kids. God wanted me to have children instead.
That's
why I'm not an A-list.
There are people in LA that have children. You could have kids in LA. This is good. Mm-hmm.
God has a different plan for people. I'm maybe not supposed to go to LA. I like it there. I know it's good for me. That's where I met my wife.
Well, then let's go to LA. Come on.
No, because where will my kids be? Where will my wife and kids? How about my parents?
They'll be right where they are.
But I think staying here, I did all the work to get the house okay enough.
The house is great, man. The house is like amazing.
Danica and the kids will move here, and we'll get to be a happy family and live in the house. I shouldn't be a jerk. I was supposed to keep quiet about it all these years.
John, you're not a jerk.
Made me feel when I go out.
You're not a jerk, and it's good that you get it out. It's bad keeping it in. Getting it out.
I hear the accent I'm talking in right now.
What you're talking? What accent?
I like to hear whatever accent that was. I just talked in a little bit.
That was your voice.
And see how that compares to how I talked in 2008, and how I talked at different times. And see if that has something. See what that has to do with who was in my life, and who I'm closer to, and how my accent changed a little bit based on who I was talking to in my life. If you're somebody who's always talking to the same people, they're going to sound the same. But if you go out to California, like I did, when Danica met me, she thought I was from California. I don't know why. It must have been awful to think that.
Because you came from New York.
No, I wasn't from New York. I was from here.
No,
but I don't know.
But your parents are from New York. How they talked, how your grandma talked. You're all New Yorkers. You were more influenced by your family than by anybody else.
You're more influenced by your family than anybody else. Oh no. I don't know what my stupid thing that I'm trying to do is. I don't know what my stupid thing I'm trying to do. Oh, I'm famous. I'm cool. I'm gonna go out there and be a big filmmaker. Fat as shit. Got a fart.
Well, most of the filmmakers, there were two things. There were filmmakers whose family were in that industry, and then there were ones who weren't. And the ones and both who became any notoriety, passionate about telling a story, right? So that's what this is. Why I'm doing this show is to tell a story, right? And why I'm doing this one particularly is to tell this story here. They'll give the audience the big picture of the relationship here. And it's a real interesting relationship because it's a microcosm of the world. And Anthony said, John is a honest man of the people. He is. He really is. And he really, and I call him the canary in the cultural coal mine, And so he's a lot like that character in Plato's myth of the cave, where the guy's like stuck there and all he sees is the shadow. He doesn't even see reality. So, and that's why John is this microcosm. I mean, he really represents what's going on. But the year 2020, because of certain things going on, astrologically, politically, socially, economically, you name it, everything is, and I've been talking about this for the last year, I keep calling it the big splat, right? Because it reminds me of Wile E. Coyote, always trying to do something to catch the Roadrunner. And the Roadrunner is, John's, his kids, his family, his career, his movie making, his fame, blah, blah, blah. And he's, and our culture is doing the same thing. They're missing the point of what life is about. Life isn't about, becoming a millionaire, a successful guy. My dad spent his whole friggin' life being a millionaire. And then he became a millionaire. He had to become a bigger millionaire. Once he became a bigger millionaire, he had to protect his millions. And then in 2008, he lost in less than 5 days, he lost 3/4 of his assets, just like that, going. And it just kept going. So by the time he died, a few months later, my sisters used to call me up because I took care of my parents. And in 2008 is when they were really sick and going down the drain. And I was taking care of everything, doctors this and that. And anyway, so my sister just kept calling up. Are they dead yet? Are they dead yet? Because, they thought they'd inherit millions of dollars. And, and my oldest sister, my dad made her the power of attorney. And she didn't realize what his, she just always in there, right? And he needed a power of attorney. And I said, Dad, why did you make her power of attorney? Why did you, I know what's going on. I know the ins and outs of your life. Why? He goes, well, your older sister, I can manipulate to do whatever I want. And I know that there are points in time that she'll have power of attorney. And I want her to do X, Y, or Z. Now, I could trust you always to do the honorable thing, the correct thing, the thing that would protect your mother. But that may not be what I want. So I picked your sister because I can manipulate her. And that was my dad. And like I said, when he died, when my mom died, Richard had nothing. So he had these 2 pieces of property that were worth millions, but the real estate business went through the frigging floor. And he had this house in Florida that somebody offered him $4 million to buy because its location. It was location. The crash happened, and that guy who wanted to pay my dad $4 million for it knew that my parents were dead, so he got a hold of the real estate lady who did auctions in that area, and said, "Listen, if these people come and try, do everything you can not to sell that property, and then when they need, come to you to auction it, sell it to me, for as low as they can go. I'll make sure no one shows up at the auction." And that's exactly what he did. And he paid the auction lady, I don't know, 50, 60 grand. And he got his $4 million piece of property for, less than 100,000. But we sold it for less than 40,000 at the auction. And I said, no, girls, let's not sell this. Let's hold on. The real estate market will come back up. Let's rent it. We could probably make $3,000 a month renting this thing. Oh, no, because they had bad vibe. They went there. My father yelled at them all the time. They wanted to just get rid of that house. Me, I was with them for 28 years. I had a good time there. So that's, what is it you want about your life? Because 2022 is a time when, if you have conscious intent, if you are focused, and that conscious intent comes, John's always talking about God, but he talks about it like it's a transactional thing. Like, if I do this, God's going to do that. That doesn't work that way. You do it together, right? And I never like to use the word God, because if we take it back to the Sumerian, that word is translated into dickhead, right? Or, as I like to say, Richard Cranium. So, we're coming, the last 2 years have been pretty interesting, but 2022 is going to be, and, the powers that shouldn't be in the hidden hand, it's like hanging on by their fingernails. And that's why they've done all this crazy stuff. This has started, this rotation of the same. And that's what Shakespeare's, Macbeth, end of everything. Everyone's dead, wars, killing, assassins, poisons, everything. And the only guys left is Macbeth and his buddy. And his buddy's going, well, we won. And Macbeth is like, Macbeth is always like, And his buddy says, so what's the problem? And Macbeth is, it's tomorrow. What do you mean by tomorrow? We'll go have a party. We'll go. It's like me. I'm so happy to go. I said, well, come on, let's go have a good time. What's the problem? And he goes, no, it's the tomorrow. And then what? Then the tomorrow. And then the tomorrow. And then tomorrow. And tomorrow. And that's why John wants to die, because he's just living the tomorrow and the tomorrow and the tomorrow. There's nothing there. He's got all of this, right? He's got all this talent, all this experience, all this everything. I just let him tell this whole story there. And he could be happy. And that's what I'm here to do, buddy, is to give you the opportunity for you and God to be happy, to enjoy these years you have left in your life.
Well, I may end up getting to live to be like 110.
Yeah, how old was Noni when she left?
Maybe 100.
Right.
I probably the oldest I'd live probably 90s.
How about your grandfather, the policeman? How old was he when he died?
You're not very old.
70s?
78.
Yeah, 78.
But he's not genetically related to my father.
Right.
My father was adopted.
Right. So he's right. But your mother's roots, her genes, everyone lived a long time, right?
Yeah, really long time.
Real long time.
90s, 100s.
Right. And the next
besides my grandfather, who smoked since he was 9.
Right.
And he lived to be like 89.
Right. So
I'm 89.
Right.
89. But
he was an interesting guy. He was an engineer and an artist and a musician, and he was a really interesting guy. Did you spend a lot of time with that grandfather?
Kind of, but he was quiet. He got old. But later I felt very close to him. I can't wait to see him in heaven. I talked to him sometimes. I didn't know, but I was pretty close to him for a grandparent. He taught me guitar.
Right, that's cool.
I wasn't like
Well,
what's that?
No, I just was going to say, if you're hungry, that stew was excellent.
I couldn't eat it. I didn't want it.
Okay.
I thought for sure there must have been a baby pig who somebody loved a lot, and then it got really big, and then they killed it. Like something about every time I try to eat it, it would make me feel bad or something.
Right.
Like
Well,
there was something about that pig.
Pretty much
Did it
all
make you feel that way a little? Like
meat is meat
like
to
you
me.
wanted to be a little bit more vegan.
Oh, that's your phone. I never heard that noise. What was it telling you? Was that a phone call?
Somebody called a spam call or whatever it's called. I haven't worked out that much for. I don't know.
What time is it? No, it's only 6:22.
6, the devil, 22 to your head. I'm sorry. I don't know. Shit like that, Rob Zombie. I don't know. It's kind of stuff that I don't like as much. But 22, I don't know what that means. Or 6, just 1 6 by itself. That doesn't mean anything bad. But if somebody has 3 6s in their birthday, usually, I don't know. I still
There's Satan.
I still can't.
There's Satan.
Get into heaven after that song. Might get into heaven.
So, John, you left me a email at 3:02 a.m. So you were still awake in the morning. Do you know what you said in that email?
Oh no, I don't know what it said.
Well, I won't read it. It wasn't very nice. But he did it at 3 a.m, and I wouldn't hold anyone to anyone's email at 3 a.m.
Please don't read it.
I didn't.
I had to wake up really early.
Right.
And I fell back to sleep.
Yeah, I'm sure there definitely is a time delay there, MJ. Ow. It's more like a dimensional delay, and we're working off the same server or router or Wi-Fi thing. So I'm sure that's why there's a weirdness. But it's a lot more than that. Because this show, I'm liking the show because it's really capturing every nuance of this is what's going to happen to the human race. A bit of a lag. And I was talking to a friend today about what 2022 is about. And it's about anyone who's consciously aware, And this is a good example because we're seeing people who aren't consciously aware, don't even know what they just said. And then there is conscious intent, meaning what you're going to do, right? And unless you have that, and what conscious intent is doing something with love's co-creation. That's conscious intent. It doesn't matter what it is. So my conscious intent is to be better and better, to do my best in everything I do. And that's why I'm here. This is it. And so that's everything I'm doing here is like that stew I made, the best, right? Because I've been making it for 2 days, just a little bit. What'd you say, John?
Lead singer Anthrax, the devil.
And what does that mean, John? What does that mean, John?
Lead singer Anthrax, Scott Ian, the devil.
You're going to have to explain it a little deeper than that.
I got a goatee that looks like the devil goat. Other times stuff I'm into, the devil. Oh, no. A beard isn't the devil. I used to have a goatee.
Yes. Surface physical things don't represent anything except the surface physical thing that it is. A goatee is a goatee. Just like Freud said that a cigar is just a cigar. So,
Worship the devil. Worship.
And what is that?
Jesus.
What do you do when you worship the devil?
I don't worship the devil.
Then why did you just say that?
I was joking about the people that really say it.
Well, everything that comes out of, if you read, I forget what part of the Old Testament, but they talk about what you say is important. And Freud said that the most toxic relationship is the joking relationship. Because when you joke, you basically say the things you're uncomfortable of saying. The truths, just like Anthony said that, and you are the man of the people, the honest man of the people.
I want to get some attorney lawyer.
Well, then don't. I just did you a favor and got you some serious professional opinions on your situation. That's all. And it's information that you can take or not take, use or not use. But if you could use it to put yourself into, you don't want to. You don't want to put yourself in a perspective where you can change your life. You just want to continue doing what you're doing. And I would say a good point, you would be right in there with a good portion of humanity. I would say, 89% just keep doing the same thing over and over again. Politically, socially, economically, that sure is the case. We haven't been able to change anything. We say we are, build back better, forget that, Yep, ad hoarding. I like that word, MJ. That is pretty much what a good portion of the human race and our culture.
I'm getting closer to dying.
I don't think so, John.
Because I shouldn't have. There are mistakes that I made. There are things that I did wrong. Like when I walked around and danced around and said I am gay, and it looked kind of almost like it was making fun of the handicap. And I almost never do that stuff anymore. I don't do it. I don't blame minorities. I don't blame the handicap in my jokes. I don't blame. I try my best and almost.
He does it about 100 times a day,
and I get along with them all. I mean,
how do you get along with them when you don't see anybody?
When I see them, say like any Mexican person or black person or person of.
But you don't leave this hill. You don't see anybody.
Here and there I do. Like when I was working on my house here and there, I got one or two people who were minorities to work on. And I don't have any inhibitions around them about them being a minority. When I was younger, I did. And my jokes when I was younger were more like, and kind of said things a little bit more borderline racist.
They're still
but
there.
I don't do it as much anymore. I'm more kind and I don't sin as much. But I still have a temper, so maybe I'm getting closer to where I'm ready to go to heaven. But I still,
you got things to work on. You got things to work on.
But I'm getting there.
Oh, you are getting there. I told you earlier today that you have you are a lot different than you were 6 years ago.
Okay.
A lot, but
yeah, a lot better.
But inside you, the person that I
saw
was you are, but you've always been that better person, John. You're just.
When I was much younger, I was a really good person.
No, but even when I saw you 6 years ago, you were a good person. You just didn't let yourself be that good person.
I didn't know. I mean, I believed in Jesus, but I didn't understand as much as I understand about it now in a kind of good way of the Bible. You think I'm a better person than I was when you met me?
Yeah.
I feel like I was more mean.
No, you were not more mean. You were more frightened.
But I don't want to die of cancer like Norm McDonald or somebody like that. Norm McDonald who talks like this.
Well, he basically
he talks like this, or he talks like this.
He talked a lot. He talked like an old man. That was his nature. You know.
The thing that you're trying to say.
Right. He talked like that politician who held a pen in his hand.
I don't want to die like Norm McDonald or something. You know, it would suck getting cancer, but maybe I'm supposed to because when I was younger, I was so mean for about this cancer worry had bothered me from 2011 to about 2015. And then I joked about it. I was so funny. I laughed really a lot. Like I would feel like almost like I would laugh at cancer or anything. It was awful in the privacy of my own home. And so maybe I didn't want anyone to get cancer that I know of. But people get angry in their thoughts sometimes about people, and they want people to die or who knows what. Like, then we mess up in our thoughts. But I hope I don't, get cancer. But I don't see how to get it right now.
Well, cancer is an environmental disease, right? So our present environment is a toxic swill. I mean, this house here has really great water. There aren't no farms or things above it that sprayed anything. It has an artesian deep core, and it's not hooked up to the city, so there's no fluoride or chlorine or any of that. So you're drinking water. How much water do you drink from the tap from your house here?
I don't know. I'm only 18.
But
I don't know.
Drinking this stuff, they get the cheapest, crappiest water out of whatever source, and that's it. So if you're drinking a lot of this, even though this is this is a 0 calories cola, so.
I'm the son of David Duke's grandson.
Uh-huh.
I'm only 18. I don't know anybody. I can't imagine what those people might be like.
Who are those people?
David Duke, the racist.
He's not. David Duke is a politician. He's not a rapist. Well, okay, I'll agree with that. Every politician's a rapist.
No.
But David Duke's no special, any different from any other politician. David Duke is no different than Obama. David Duke and Obama are
in their. You mean in their selfish things they want?
In their being politicians. Being a politician, they are.
I don't know.
Basically the same.
I don't know what they're like.
Right. So,
I can't judge David Duke.
Yeah. Well, he just did. So we take that one back. We've taken that one back.
Woo, there it is.
Yep. Whoops, there it is. Stew. I'm gonna go have some more. Well, you just hang in there, gang. I'll be right back. John, you talk to the fans.
I don't know what to tell them.
You've been doing a great job.
The people that watch your channel.
No, but you've been doing a great job. Anthony calls you the voice of the people.
My channel.
They watch your channel. A lot of those guys
What
watch it.
other famous people do you know?
I'll come back and tell you. Right now, I'm going to get more. And I have to walk. See, guys, if I sit down or lie down too long, I can't move. But I'm down here get some more stew.
Do you think I'm an adept?
An adept?
What's an adept?
Google
I'm
it.
gonna film them.
Google it.
An adept. An adept.
Understand what love is. Not sexual love, but that's what it is. And it's never, it's not about that. That never really talks. That will tell a story. Buddha, Jesus was that. This over here doesn't have any of that. What is
there someone you can ask God questions? How do you know you get an answer?
Well, you'll get the answer. That's true. It may not be the answer you want. That is
Or is that asking for a sign?
yeah, you're not supposed to. But the sign will be there.
Why do people ask for a sign? And then they test it.
But
They want a sign to prove that God is being practical.
bottom line, there's signs everywhere. If you're looking for a specific sign, you're not going to get it. But looking for a sign, they're everywhere. I mean, all you have to do is look at the window, look at all those trees and the bushes, and the sky, the sun, the birds, the trees.
Yeah, but Jesus.
That's
They wanted a sign to make them that Jesus is really God.
I mean, what, walking on water wasn't good enough? Healing, bringing back the dead, that's why they bring the blind. That wasn't good
In the
enough.
Old Testament, they almost forced you. But then,
No, it's basically what they don't like is anybody telling them what they don't want to hear. If you read the story,
but then they have the
they were just being told what they don't want to
the
hear.
prophets who wrote the Bible.
Now, he was the real deal.
He was a prophet. I mean, he was not
He was the real
a
deal.
regular man.
Muhammad, in Islam religion, right? Muhammad was that prophet. He actually was tight with God, and for his cultural position, he was able to have insight on how should people act. That's what he wasn't Jesus. And bottom line, that is why I really love Jesus. Jesus is one of their main guys. They just don't call him God.
They acknowledge him as a prophet, but kind of dumb.
Get past him. Culturally, I can understand. I respect all of this because I don't have to follow them, but I can be respectful. When you're respectful of people, or not people, when you diss them, make fun of them, walk into the door.
Nice.
Can we turn the heater back on?
Yeah. How about if I put the heat on here?
That'll make more noise and cost you a lot more money. This thing is just a nice little thing, but it doesn't make that much noise. That's actually a lot quieter than that.
It has been in the 60s
Oh, the weather outside has been.
all December.
Yeah, I know.
All December.
Yep.
I think.
Yes, it has been. Yep.
You know.
I mean, we've had a few cold
You know
days.
why?
Yeah, the jet stream is further north than it normally is.
Probably.
You know, that's what it is.
I think global warming is happening.
No, John, you know what's going to happen, kids?
The southern U.S. warm like California, and then California's going to get snowy.
Yes. This is, you know, and I'm getting, I just talked to people from that neck of the woods today, and it's snowing there. They've got a lot more snow than they normally do, which they need that snow for drinking water. So it's good. They're just not used to it.
Hey, cool.
Does it work?
This is awesome. I got it hooked up on the tripod.
I'd roll it down instead of tilting it forward, so your phone might come out of that.
Well,
It's not like it's attached. It's just that little door. Why don't you roll it down?
this is awesome. Live video with a cool tripod.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not the super. It's okay. I'm figuring out. I'm finding out how to get my wife and kids.
Oh yeah? How you doing?
Or Danica and my kids.
What's the plan, Dan?
I don't know, but that's my main thing, and to try to figure out how to get to be with them again.
So what are you gonna do?
Well, it's difficult when she's like.
In Texas?
I think she's gonna have to leave her house.
How you gonna do that? How you gonna get her to leave something that she don't want to leave?
I think she's gonna have to come back here.
Well, how you gonna do that?
God's gonna help that to happen. I think.
God is gonna make
I don't know.
God is gonna make that happen.
I don't know. I hope so.
Why would God do that? Good stuff. Oops. I don't know about that one. Oh, those carrots are kind of thick. Mm-hmm. A laughing saint. He is. He really is. Wow. He wrote to me last night, "You ruined my life as a mean way to get even with me. I hate you, Al. Al, I think I want to die. I feel depressed. She took my kids. It's your fault. I can't pretend anymore. Well, that's an internal voice, which, I'm the one person you could say that to. That, would understand. But as you can see, I'm trying to try to get him to face reality. Yes, he is. All kinds. And he's, he needs severe help. We won't get it. He hadn't left here for 2.5 years. I mean, he had to come down. He went to his parents' house for Christmas. But, I mean, that's why I'm here, to try and assist and get him to see, I mean, if he really wanted his kids and wife, he would go to Texas and be there. And like I said, he went 7 times, but I was here. He was there for about a week each time, give or take. And, he talks about God and blah, blah, blah. But, so do I. But, I have had a physical relationship by being my best, serving, being here, doing. Not wishing, not hoping, not trying even, but doing. Now, I'm not perfect. I don't, succeed, but whatever the outcome is, I see it as a positive thing. Whether it's I fail, I've at least earned not to do that again, And that is what has been the thing that has, motivated my life. And I navigate. I don't crash into things. I did that once, when I was in the seminary. I read, I could understand the Bible and the teachings of Jesus, and I was trying to follow those in the seminary, and the church said, no, it's all about money. We're educating you to be a rocket scientist for the Pope. It's not about the poor. You can't help them. They're just things we use. I mean, it's the Catholic Church telling me this. And when I wouldn't let go of it, they physically crucified me, tied me to a, sprinkler pipe and beat me with 2x4s. But I was definitely a cheeky monkey. I rebelled, I wouldn't do what they said. And that's why I learned you can't fight City Hall. You can go around it, go up it, go underneath it, but you can navigate around through, but you can't go through it. And I'm not here to tell anyone what to do. I'm here to tell you a story. I'm here to show you a path that I have taken and what it has done for me. Maybe from that you can learn something, because that's, my gift to you. Now, John's a pretty, he gave me this seltzer, and that was nice. That's generous. Then he gave me another one. That's very nice. And this one was disgusting, but it's got a ton of caffeine. So I'm not drinking coffee. I'm just drinking these things that have 7 times more caffeine than a cup of coffee. So, and again, one of my, I don't know if it's selfish, but people often ask me why I do don't give, why that guy's a jerk, blah, blah, blah. No, he's not. He's John. and as, Anthony, I think you came closest when you say John Birmingham, the laughing saint. I mean, that really is, but the saint part is when you serve love's co-creation. He hasn't quite got there because it's still all about him. Now, it's hard, being a human mud puppet. It's hard, and we're taught, we live in a sociopathic world. And so everything is about me, right? And even so, you look at, Marx and dialectic materialism, right? Look at its name. It is, you know, all about materialism, stuff, the illusion of the world, the ego. That's what dialectic materialism is about, the ego, right? And so they said, oh, religion is the opiate of the masses. Religion, not spirit, not God, not your connective tissue, not your faith and love's co-creation. And so, and you have to realize who was paying the bill for Marx and Trotsky, right? No, Marx and Engels. You know who was? It was Mr. Moneybags Rothschild, a man who backs every war, both sides, so he wins no matter what. The man who always controls the message. He owns every media outlet. Even though they're owned by different corporations, he controls them. He owns them. He's the money behind them. He is the man who has bought every politician around the world. We have the best legislators money can buy. And then he has his minions blackmail them, right? And those guys are so attached to their ego, they can't let it go. So they're easily manipulated. Me, I got nothing. I only do this show because of you guys, right? And it seems to help quite a few of you. I got a lot of you contact me at the dude awake 42 at Gmail. And and we have conversations. And I've seen over the 3 years, give or take, a lot of you change for the better. And that's why I do this show, right? Because it is in service to love's co-creation. And that's why I have faith that, no matter how weird the world seems, I mean, I'm a historian, the world has been way more weird than this, right? And I even, in the 70s and 80s, way more weird than this. So, that's what we're talking about. Let's see, anybody got any? So, this show was supposed to be about you guys having a conversation with me about what should we be going for 2022, right? What do you see? What are you feeling about, everything that you've just experienced in 2019, 2020, 2021, whatever you experienced? How do you feel? What's going on in your neighborhood? I hear that. I mean, we just had the Alan John show, and now the time to switch. Right. We went to New York. But the problem is, John would that's not, I'm going to do my best to get John to somewhat do it. And I'm going to, be here until spring doing this, right? And what would be really nice is if, but before February, I could get John to, because a lot of friends heading south, because I used to go south every winter, so I have a lot of friends that we could stay at, and a lot of fine people, a lot of fun, good people who are always, oh, come on. I just talked to a bunch of them, I have some friends in Nashville, and Nashville's a music, media town, right? Birmingham, that's his name, and those people are really interesting. They're leftovers from the Rocket Boys, And they have some really good stories. And I have friends in Savannah, where the art school is. That would be really fun. Friends in Daytona, friends in and where Disney World is, and all the way down to the Keys, right? And then going from the Panhandle out, I have some friends in Mississippi, and people. I have also Atlanta. We have plenty of places where we could go stay, and they're well-to-do. We wouldn't have to sleep on the floor. We'd have a bed, at least a couch, and so we could have a lot of fun. And John goes, "Well, why should I do that? None of those people make movies." It's like, how could I make money? And that's the thing I try to. Is my biggest thing to get John to see that everything about it isn't movies. And if you're really serious about your family, I mean, it's like amazing. He goes, the only important thing is my family. I want to be with my family. Well, then why aren't you? Why aren't you in Texas? I hate Texas. Why should I go there? There's nothing there for me. But except your family, Well, they should come here and do what I want. That's not how it works. No power supply is slipping out. So that is the problem with John. I don't know. So I'm giving myself, like I said, I came back to Roanoke to tie up all these strings, and I'm doing a pretty good job. I've hit majority of everybody, and looked at what they're doing, saying just what I'm doing here, I'm doing with all those other folks, and they're on different levels, and they're not, nobody's the same, but they're all doing the same thing. That's the interesting thing, right? Now, even I do that in a way, and yet what I try to do is be consciously aware of it, right? And then with that awareness, take it into intent. So I'm not perfect, but I can do my best. And by doing my best, and that's what, when I died in 2000 and it's either 13 or 14. I died in that plate of spaghetti. The end of 13 or the beginning of 14, I'm not quite sure. Right around there. Right around this time. Around 2013, 13, and 14. And, so the last 3 deaths I've actually had that life review, right? And how I experience it is, like when my dad died, right? And my mother died, I was right there. And physically, I was right there for my mother, right? And I was like right there. I was the person in charge. My dad was like a basket case, and and I was making decisions. And I was making all these decisions that I should have been the, power of attorney. But no, all the institutions, all the doctors, all the everybody, you're in charge because it'll make it a lot easier, right? Because they talked to my sister and she was humming. Is he dead yet? I want his money, And so I was there on the ground, and so when my mom died, she, and it took her to die. It took her 4 days to die. I mean, in reality, it took her like 6 months to die because she died. Went to the hospital. They revised her. She stayed in ICU, and then she was fine. She went home, and then she said, "Okay, you need hospice." And those people visited a couple times a week. And then my dad, "You have to come here and take care of us," because she had to have 24 hours, care. And so he was too poor to get the hospice to pay for that. So he had to pay private nurses to come, and they were useless, right? They just sat there, read a magazine, and chewed gum, and got $22 an hour. And so that's when my dad was, "You're going to come here and take care of you." And he didn't say that, but he said, "You're going to come here." And so I said, "Dad, you ready to pay me 30 grand?" Because I was working for him, desperate lawyer. So I was almost done. I was going to get a nice paycheck. He said, "Wait a week. You can deal it for a week." And then I had to add on another week. And he was like going apoplectic. So I said, "Dad, you're not being your best self." And so, and none of my other brothers would touch it with a 10-foot pole. So all they did was, are they dead yet? Are they dead yet? Because they wanted their money. So I myself, wasn't even there. I finished my job. I went to Florida, right? So I drove in got there around, noonish. And I drove in and parked, went in the door. Hey, Dad. And then he turned right around and threw that nurse out. Get out! You're fired! She goes, you can't fire me. I don't work for you. Get out! And so she said, you'll be sorry. So she went out, and another one came right back, in there, right? And he threw her out. And like all this is happening within an hour, and I'm sitting there, and my mom is in pretty good shape, These girls aren't even taking it, she's sitting in the kitchen playing solitaire. And I come, oh, Joy, down there, my dear. And I brought her flowers. Oh, you brought me flowers. So we were cutting them. So I'm hearing him scream and I go out and watch and fires that one. Then he throws out the second one. And then within, so I got there about noon. By 2, the police were there and they arrested me for parental abuse, right? I've only been there 2 hours, right? So there's a nurse, social worker who represents, she actually works for the state, but she definitely works for the HMO that was getting my dad's money, right? So she, you came in, blah, blah, blah. And my father, forget it, he wanted to grab her and choke her and kill her. And the policeman's just watching this, right? And then he looks at me because he's been told that I'm the guy who's to blame for all of this, right? So I'm just like, mm-hmm. And I've been working for lawyers, so when I hear them saying that to me, I go, yeah, okay. So anyway, he goes, kid, come here, and let's go outside. We go outside. So he goes, your dad's a real asshole, isn't he? I said, yep, because you just got here, didn't you? Because one of those girls said you just arrived and then they got fired. I said, yep. I said, so it's your dad worrying about his money. Yep. So you're the only stable one in the family. Yep. Now, this is a good cop. I mean, you can read all of this by, 15 minutes of watching my dad and this lady go on, and me just kind of like watching it. And so he goes, okay, I have the authority here. She doesn't, right? So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to grab her and pull her out of here. Here's my card. You go get some people. He goes, I know the whole story. She works for the state, but she's getting money from the company. I mean, this is what I do. I see it all the time. I've seen it happen to my family. I know about, everything. Big pharma, HMOs. He was, he was like RFK. Go after the medical. Anyway, but he's a cop, so he doesn't do that. He tries to do his best. So here he is doing his best. See, I tell you, do your best. So he goes, here's my card. This is what I want you to do. I'm going to grab her out. You go, however you do it, find some other people who will take care of your money and take care of the legal need. The court says your mother has to have somebody here 24/7. You go get some people that your dad can afford and stomach. And he goes, I know those people. They just sit there reading a magazine, chewing gum, and they're obnoxious and annoying. And like, don't tell me what to do. So he said, I understand. No problem. So I said, fine. I said, so where's your house? He goes, looks at me, you've been a policeman? I said, well, I've worked for them. But so where are you, where are you? And he goes, really, I'm just, over the bridge near that shopping center. I said, wow, do you go to Sunset Diner I eat breakfast there all the time. I said, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll keep you. What time do you have breakfast? He goes, about 9:30. I said, that's me. I'm not early morning guy. At 9:30, I can get there. They had the best blueberry pancakes, was the best Jewish dairy restaurant that wasn't in Miami or New York City, right? Really good. And everybody was nice, and I'd known them for years, and I had my special table, and I always had the New York Times and Wall Street Journal waiting for me. So I said, so I'm going to do that, here it is, Thursday. Why don't I have breakfast here Monday? You see you at 9:30? Oh, it's a date. So I went and, and we did, I called up the newspaper, put an ad in the newspaper, and this is in 08, the crash. Everyone got fired. So people are looking for jobs. So it comes out right away. But I there Thursday, I call there then, and they put the ad. The paper's coming out Friday, so the ad's there. So Friday afternoon, we get all these phone calls, and these people show up for an interview, and they all have big resumes, and they've done this and done that, and they're expecting 15, 16 bucks an hour. And so my dad is. So who are you? Where'd you come from? What's your daddy like? What's your mommy like? What religion are you? What's your sexual preference? Have you been arrested? It just goes on and on, prying into their lives, and they're just saying, read the resume, and he's just going on because that's what he loves to do, to put people on the hot seat and torment them, and that's one of his Virgo things. And so then, after he does that for an hour or so, he goes, so I'm willing to pay a little piece of paper, writes down, and every one of these women, he puts down $3.50. And they jump at him like to kill him. You made me go through all this for what, you nuts? I'm a professional. Right? Well, we saw lots of people. He just was in his heyday. Because my mom, she didn't need anybody to take care of her at this moment. And, so I'm watching this thing. And so Friday goes by. We see about 8 people. Saturday goes by. We see another 20 people. And there's this one lady who's really very, a sweet old grandma, white lady. She doesn't have any degrees. And she has, helped her mother and her aunt and her grandma and her this and her that. And then she started helping other people. She didn't have a license. She didn't have anything. But I could see this lady, A, could cook, B, could clean, C, was amazingly empathetic and sweet and nice. And the big thing was one of these other people in a suit and, a typed up resume came. My dad talked to her for about, 20 minutes. And he couldn't get a rise out of her, but then the ding dong, and this other person in the suit came. And so I took that lady to my mom, right? And so the lady sat and talked to my mother, and my mom said, do you play gin? And the lady said, yes. So they start playing gin. And then my mother says, do you bake? And she goes, oh, do I ever? And she goes, let's make cookies. So my mom and her make cookies. And that's when I said, this is the girl, right? So the girl in the suit doesn't last 40 minutes, and the screaming and the crashing of things go on. Well, we're just starting to eat the cookies, right? And my mom's, I'm not supposed to drink coffee, but I got some, Irish coffee in a bottle down there. And so we're drinking that and eating these amazing cookies my mom and this lady made. And the crashing happens. I go in there, and the lady's trying to kill my dad. And, he's trying to punch her. And I use my outside voice, break it up and say, you can go, lady. And so, and she goes, and he goes, and I said, Dad, the lady with mom, that's the one. That's our first person. He goes, what? That old lady, she does, she didn't have a resume. She wasn't wearing a suit. I said, no, but go in there and see her with mom. So he goes in, and they're playing cards. And they're drinking, Jack Daniels and eating cookies. And my dad can have epiphanies. Normally he'd be the asshole who'd say, but I make the cookies. And the way my dad makes cookies, he just slops shit together, puts them in the oven, forgets about that, and they catch fire. And they're like, a briquette. And that's what he calls a cookie. Now he tasted, wow, that's a great cookie. And he goes, do you cook as well as you bake? And she goes, oh, do I ever? I make a really great pot roast. Do you like a pot roast? I saw that you had a chunk of meat in your thing and potatoes. And why don't I make dinner tonight? And he goes, yeah. So, this girl's smart. She knows, how to get the job. Anyway, so she makes a pot roast. And, and he loves us. They're talking. He loves her. They're telling stories. She's listening to his stories, and it's making. And my dad is all about my mother. Right. My mom was the admiral of the Navy. My dad was just the captain of the ship. He said, "Wilma, you like? I love her. Let's hire her." And so that was it. Mom said so. That's it. But then my dad, writes the $3.45 on a piece of paper at dinner. She's sitting with us. And he goes to slide. He goes, "This is what we're going to pay you." And my mother just reaches it and says, "Honey, $10 an hour." And the woman says, "That'll be fine." And again, my mother said it, so that's what it was. So, we have our first one. Monday comes around, and I go to have breakfast with the policeman. I said, "Yes, we have one." And her name is, I said, "I know her. She's great. She actually, my great aunt, and blah, blah, blah." He says, "That's great. You get two more like her. It's no problem." He says, "And you got all the time. If you got her there, no problem." And he said, "I'm going to go in and, fill out some paperwork saying that it's all no problem. Everything's taken care of." So no one other than me, no one will show up again, no matter, and the company is totally out of the picture. Right. So great. So we finish our breakfast, and we, he goes his way, I go my way. We go back. My dad's interviewing more people. He's already had like reviews, and you can see the skid marks on the driveway from the people getting out of there because they're so pissed off. And my father's happy because he's just tormented a few people. And so this bing bong, a door opens, and I answer, and this black woman's in, very tall, very attractive, very nice. Not really expensive clothes, but dressed nicely, right? Very professional looking, right? And she does have her little resume, and she's worked in hospitals as CNA, and she's then worked on old folks' homes, and then she did it privately. And when the crash happened in 2008, it kind of, everything just was like, yeah. So my dad is, going, and her name was Timothy, right? Because her father had 5 daughters, and he wanted a son. So the 6th daughter shows up. He names her Timothy, so he can say, "Yeah, my son Timothy." Anyway, so my father is, I said, "No, Dad, why don't we," because the ding dong doorbell, I said, "Why don't you get the door and get that person? I'm going to take Timothy in to meet Mom, see how that works." He goes, "Okay, that's a good idea." So I take him in. And again, Timothy is sits down, and my mother said, "Do you play kid?" And Timothy said, "Yep, yep." And then they start playing. And Timothy is a card player like my mother is. I wanted to. She would always win, either straight out win or cheat. She had to win. She was a winner, right? So anyway, they're playing, and Timothy realizes she's Timothy's such a good card player, but she realizes that my mom's a real good card player, and she's cheating. So does she get upset? No. He lets my mom win every freaking hand, but makes it tough, makes it a challenge. My mom is like, waking up, being like, "Oh, wow, this isn't just a pushover." And so they're telling stories about their childhood and blah, blah, blah. And my mom isn't even blinking that she's a black person, right? Not even facing her, right? And again, my mom goes, "Do you like cookies?" And she goes, "Yes." And Timothy's really smart. She goes, "You're German, aren't you?" And my mother says, "Yes, how can you tell?" And she goes, "Well, you asked me if I make cookies. That's really a German thing." And my mom was like, "Well, it was not only good card player, attractive, and she's smart. She's like reading me without me telling her anything." And she goes, "Yes, I'm a baker too, but I'm a Southern baker. And I make these pecan cookies that I think you might like." And my mom goes, "Okay, I'm up for it." So they, start, and she's old school, she's sifting the flour and doing everything old school. And my mom is too. So they're like, she's bonding with her that she's old school, where the other lady is more a cook than a baker. And Timothy's everything. And so they make these cookies, and the smell is like unfreaking believable. And the lady he's interviewing, he throws out before they get into before he even offers you the $3.45. And so he comes in and goes, "What's that smell? That smells." And the cookies have come out, and my mom and Timothy are drinking Jack and eating these cookies and playing cards. I said, Dad, taste these. And he said, this is honey, you're a great baker, but this is amazing. And he goes, you're hired. And he goes, and we're going to pay you. And my mother goes, $10 an hour. And my father goes, okay. So, and again, Timothy stays there the rest of the afternoon and makes us dinner. And once he hears that my dad's Italian, he makes him lasagna and a number of other Italian specialties. And because the pot roast is in there, she's take the pot roast and she slices and braises it in a certain way and puts it in the lasagna. And it's like mind boggling. And everyone is just eating, going, so my father is like, now he's got two women to take care of my mom who, you know, will take care, will be there like a loyal dog and love my mother, because they were loving. You could see this love ooze out of these two people going for my mom. And they were somewhat, they took my dad in stride, and they love me because they saw that, well, here's this guy. He's got a lot on the ball. He doesn't have to be here, but he's making sure everything goes right. And it's not, his ego isn't on his sleeve. But he is the guy who's making it happen. Now, the lady's in charge. He's making it happen. The moron over here who's screaming, yelling, I'm in charge. It's like, okay. And we can just give him a cookie and it'll be okay. So that was okay. And, next day, another one comes. And then fourth day of looking for people, this woman came in and she brought her sister. And she said, well, I'm a nurse. Well, first off, I'm not just I'm a nurse, and I'm retired. I'm in my 60s, and I've started doing this. And I used to work for in nursing homes as a nurse, but they're all like closed and crashed, and everything's hit the skid. So I saw your ad, came by, and the place where my parents lived was super high dollar. So everyone thought they could get as much money as they wanted. So anyway, this lady. And she was an okay cook, but she was a nurse. And my mother was a nurse. My mother ran a hospital. So when they were talking, they bonded. I mean, they were the same kind of uber personality, but the lady was really good at diplomacy. I mean, she didn't have to be, my mom has to be always win, always, control, always, be the boss. This lady, didn't have to be in that, but my mom, so all of that, and the fact that she would be a good second in command, and if my mom actually kicked off, this woman would be the person she would want, there. So, that's the one. And her sister was a really interesting person, because this woman was as white as you could get, was totally wasp. It's like my mom, Irish German kind of thing, and she was like that. But her sister was Cuban, right? And after she was there a while, I asked the story. So how did this happen? And it was, a Cuban dad. Basically, what happened was the original dad died, and then she was working. Her mom was working in, some kind of club. And this guy was a, singer, dancer, blah, 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 swept her off her feet. And instead of just having an affair, they actually liked each other and was with each other and blah, blah, blah. And bingo, out came this girl. So the nursery girl is like, middle 60s. Her sister is like in her 40s, right? And she's definitely Cubana, right? But very nice, very sharp. But what she is, which is amazing, is she is scatological. She loves cleaning up shit. Just cleaning, right? Now, my dad had this very weird thing in him, which I have a little bit of. His blood need to be totally taken out of his body and new blood put in. It wasn't like he was, his bad liver and he was in on those machines. No, they took all his blood out and put all brand new blood in of a 20-year-old. I have no idea where they were getting a 20-year-old blood, a whole body of it. I didn't ask. But my dad, because of what he did in the Air Force and his connections, he got kind of health care that even rich people don't get, right? So anyway, he had this thing done, but it cost him, he had no control whatsoever of his colon. He would just squirt it out like a fire hose. And he would wear these kind of baggy shorts where when we got thrown out of every Walmart's and supermarket. And my dad liked to go shopping. He liked to just, stroll around and see, look at, not really buy that much, but oh, look at that. And he would like lay down a river of brown on the thing, and people would be sliding everywhere and be covered in mud flood. And he would just kind of hold his pants out a little bit so he wouldn't get touched, but it would just squirt out all over the floor, the concrete floor of Walmart. So every supermarket, they had like a picture of his face with a line through it, and so he couldn't go anywhere. So he was disappointed with that. But he did that in the house too, And so this lady just went around with a bucket, like catching it and cleaning up after him. It was, again, another great, movie script to be written. And so that's going along great for about a month and a half, and everyone's happy. And my parents, so my mom was quote unquote, had dementia, but she didn't. She just did it so she didn't have to talk to anybody. But anybody she wants to me, what book are you reading? What are you thinking? What are you writing about? Let me see what you're writing. Let me correct your spelling. So anyway, but my dad would walk in at breakfast time. My mom would look up and goes, "Who's that man?" "Me, it's me, honey, your lover boy, blah, blah." "I don't know you." I mean, she just did it to fuck with him, right? So, I mean, that's the kind of mom I had. And she didn't want to talk to anybody. If you weren't somebody that was going to interest her, but those three ladies, they were having a nice time, right? So we got in a nice thing. Timothy was a night person, so she'd be there at night. And my dad was freaking out about my mom because she would sleep at night, And Timothy said, "Listen, you've got 4 bedrooms, She used to call me Mr. Owl. They all call me Mr. Owl, Mr. Owl. And I was the person, if they had a problem or issue or how are we going to do this, Mr. Owl, what should we do? So all 3 ladies, they called me Mr. Owl. And the nurse called me doctor. She goes, you have a doctorate, don't you? I'm calling you doctor, not Dr. Owl. The other 2 called me Mr. Owl. She called me Dr. Owl. Fun and games, right? So especially the nurse lady loved to call me Dr. Owl when people of authority, like, the county person would come by once, the person who was running hospice would come by. So there were about 4 or 5 people, and the police guy would come by, right? And he stopped, he was seeing me at breakfast, so he came by twice and saw everything was hunky-dory, and he knew that one lady. And so he said, you're fine, you're good to go. You're doing a good job, kid. And you're dealing with your I would have shot your father already. So anyway, so everything's great, right? And so one night, we're having dinner, and Timothy often got there when that other lady was there, and they would cook dinner together. That lady would leave. Timothy would finish up cooking, serve the meal, be there, and then clean up, and then she'd play cards with my mom, and then my dad would go to bed, and they would bake and play cards, and all was good. So anyway, we're all sitting there talking about this and the other thing. And my father wanted to ask Timothy about, something that we were talking about growing up, right? And so anyway, my father, and he kept always like almost stuttering. Sit down, John. Come on in.
All right. Did you already have a drink?
I'm still drinking that one.
Okay.
I'm a slow drinker.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we're sitting there at dinner, and my father's trying to ask this woman, Timothy, about something, and he goes, nigger.
Why'd you say that?
Because it's a story. It's part of the story.
Your father said it?
Yes, to this lady who was black, who was the nurse for my mother. And he couldn't, her name was Timothy, and he couldn't get it around her head that this is a woman named Timothy. And so he was like, nigger,
Oh,
right?
terrible.
It's what it is. And so Timothy looks at him and goes, okay, all right, I'm just going to go outside and smoke a cigarette. So she gets up, walks out, goes to the garage, and it's out front, smoking a cigarette. And I said, well, Dad, that was a good one. And he goes, I just couldn't say her name. I just, why is she named Timothy? I just can't. And I said, Dad, why don't you just say sweetie? From now on, just say sweetie. I said, that's a good idea. I said, I'm going to go and tell her that and kind of smooth things out. Yeah, you go do that. I said, you might even apologize. I said, well, he wasn't good on apologies, except to my mother. And my mom would say, saying you're sorry is not good enough, you know. Anyway, so I go out there, and she's not smoking a cigarette, she's smoking a blunt. And so she looks like she's about, I said, no. Hand it over. So we're out. No, Timothy.
Your parents didn't smoke weed, right?
No, come on. No. I mean, they were from another universe. No.
Mine were from
my mother drank like a fish, but she didn't smoke booze.
It was a different generation.
Right. Way different generation. My mom was
from New York.
My mom was born in 1890 from upstate New York.
1890?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, 1899. I mean, before the 20th century, she was born.
1899?
Yeah. My dad was born in.
What?
My dad was born in 1909.
He was?
I mean, yeah.
I think my grandfather was born in 1909.
Right. So that was my dad.
My mom's dad.
My mother had me when she was almost 60. So anyway, back to it.
She did when you're on.
I wasn't almost 60. She was almost 60.
Hey.
Right. So
maybe I can have kids with Danica still.
Come on, John. You got to get off that. Unless you go to Texas, live there, and prove to her that you're committed to her and her alone, and you'll go through hell and high water, you're never getting back to Danica. Period. Now, you may see your boys because they're getting old enough to make up their own mind. Like your son is old enough to come here on his own rights, you know. But anyway, back to the story. So I go out there and talk to her. I said, I just told my father, from now on, she goes, why can't she just call me my name? Come on, you've been here long enough to see my dad. He goes, yeah. I said, from now on, you are going to be known as Sweetie to my father. And she goes, I can live with that.
Drop the camera.
Yeah, I thought you would. And so, anyway,
I thought it said it over.
Like I said, it was only a little door holding it. You didn't have it attached, I think. You didn't break it, did you?
No.
No, good. So anyway, that little storm is over, and we go in, and my mother and my father are actually having an argument for what he did. Meaning, my mother's going, no, that's not good enough. You can't have Al always just, smooth everything. Apologize. And my father has a hard time with apologies. So he was like, and Timothy and I are just like, standing off to the side, watching this go down. And, so what happens is they're screaming at each other. And it's not something they often do. And so my father starts to cry, honey, please. And she goes, you pussy. And just turned around and walked into her bedroom and went to sleep. And Timothy went and helped her, get ready for bed. And my father is sitting on the couch with his hand, why do I do that? Why? And I said, Dad, I've, known you 60-something years, and I have no idea why you do the stuff you do. You're a good guy. You're a lot of fun. You're smart. You're good looking. You're athletic. You're all these things that are great. You've got amazing. You're a good painter. You have unbelievable skill sets, and you're extraordinarily successful in everything you do, but you always spoil it. Why do you do that? I have no idea. But I do know tomorrow morning, Mom's going to come out here, and she really won't remember this argument. And she'll go, "Who are you?" And instead of you getting all anxious and then being twisted for the rest of the day, just go over, "I love you, sweetie. I'm your hubby. You know me." And then take her and sit her down at breakfast, and we'll, the morning lady will there, and we'll have a nice breakfast, and that will be that. And he's, he said, "Okay." I said, "Now, Dad, like I said, don't do this again, and you'll be fine. Mom and you will get along because she loves you too." And so he does that, and I give him the thing, do your best to be your best, and don't be the asshole you normally are. And he goes, "Yes, I'll do that. I'll do that." So my mom, next morning, she wakes up, she's fresh as a daisy. She, we have breakfast. They sit out on the porch together, and they're sweet, and they're holding hands. And then I said, "Why don't we get in the golf cart and just drive around the perimeter?" And we do, and we stop, and we look at the boats, and we look at the cranes and birds and everything, because this is a nice place. And so, and the people, my parents were some of the first people there, so people know them. "Oh, good, well, it's good to see you. Look, Ray, you look great, blah, blah, blah." So they're like, it's like being the queen. And I was telling a friend of my mom, a friend of me, about my mom today, about how my mother was always dressed to the nines, always was a queen. What are you doing?
Filming.
Why did you put it against my screen?
Different camera angles.
But why did you put the camera like up there? Huh?
Filming camera angles.
Anyway, so everything was going great. And then, one day goes by, another day goes by, and no arguments.
Something.
And so they, you can leave it there, but I'm not done with this one. John, look, look here, boy.
John.
I have drank that much. I've drank that much. So why would I open another one if I have this much left?
It got old.
No, it doesn't get old.
Didn't.
No, didn't. Still got little bubbles. It'll still be good tomorrow morning. That's the beauty of modern seltzer. But anyway, I divest from my story about my mom and dad, who were very famous people. So,
Hey, shit.
and now that's a really pleasant.
I'm the man who works at the toll booth.
That's what God.
Eat shit.
That's God right there. What does God say, John?
You gotta drive. There's people waiting for you. What are you doing?
That's God right there. That's John's God. That's John's God right there. That's how John treats his wife. That's how John treats his mother and father. That's how John treats his kids. That's how John treats me. So anyway, back to my dad.
You. I wasn't talking about you. I was pretending. I was pretending to be the toll booth person. I didn't mean I was talking about you. My name's Al. It's 1988. No, he never talked that way. He was good looking. He had a good looking face. He was good looking.
I pretty much talk the way I talk now. But anyway, back to the story. So what happens? The next month, my parents are sweet and nice and lovey-dovey for the rest of the month. Everything is perfect. Unbelievable. Nothing's wrong, right? And then one night, Timothy comes in and goes, "Mr. Al, you got to come here. Something's wrong with your mother." So I go in there, and my mother has the death rattle. The death rattle. What is the death rattle? The death rattle is when the dynamic of your lungs changes and they fill with liquid. And the rattling sound you have is the noise of bubbles in your lungs and extraordinarily painful. And it's very scary to die that way because it's like you're drowning.
I'm the man who works at the toll booth.
And
You look like a cow taking a shit.
That's John's empathy. That's how much John can empathize with the death of a man talking about the death of his mother.
What are you doing? You're stopping up the line.
You know?
Go. You can never see me again.
This is, how do I deal with this? How do I get him to be able to talk to his wife? He does this with his wife. Why do you think his wife doesn't want to be with him? Why do you think his children don't want to be with him? This is a perfect example. Thank you, John. Shalom, John.
Shalom.
So,
Shalom.
I go in there and my mom
in the house. Boom. Got a big black suit and a big black hat and a big curly juice.
And now John doesn't make any fun of black people. He's not racist.
Hasid in the house. Boom.
So he's not anti-Semitic. He's not anti-Semitic. This is, you couldn't have a better definition.
We got the big black
suit and the
white shirt dudes. We got the curly Jews. We are the Jews. We are the Jews.
So why does he talk about this when I'm talking about the death of my mother?
I don't know.
So anyway, my mother's going through the death rattle, and it's quite, if you haven't heard it, it's John was talking about.
Get out of here! Get out of here! It's a death rattle.
Anyway, so my mom was dying right in front of my eyes, and and she's just rattling, and she's got this look in her eyes like she's really scared. But we talked about dying, and she'd run hospitals and been nurse. She's seen thousands of people die, so she knows what it is, and she died already, right? So she's down with it. Yes. Lim, that's exactly the word to use. So, and that's, when people can't be empathetic, it's, we can talk hours about what that's about. But anyway, so there's my mom dying right in front of me. And Timothy is really, she's gotten to love my mother and she's not the nurse. So I said, did you? And yes, I called the nurse, the other woman who's taking care of my mom. So that lady it's like 3 a.m. And that lady gets there in like 15 frigging minutes, right? Now, the doctor, because I had been an EMT. And
we got the girls. Got a big black suit and really tall. With the Hasid Jews. We got the big black hat and the Hasid Jews.
So, this is called anti-Semitism. It's like, being racist. That's what this is called. It's not entertainment.
We got the Beastie Boys in the music video too. We are the Hasid Jews.
Okay, so the lady comes, and by this time, I've already shot my mom.
Brooklyn, New York.
Because her blood pressure is
we got a big black suit.
160 over 3,000. So basically, they had this pack of EpiPen of morphine, right? And it's a type of morphine to slow your heart down. And there's this other thing that I hit her up with which kind of gets the liquid out of the lungs, but she's already drowned her, and so Timothy's looking at me going, it's not working. So I said, okay. So I hit her up a second time, right? Like within 15 minutes, I hit her up again, right? And still, the blood pressure, it's still like, it's going to blow the blood pressure machine up. And so, we wait another 10 minutes and my mom's still gurgling and she's turning red and she looks like she's going to blow up. And I go, one more time? I said, yep. We hit her. So she's hit 3 times with the morphine derivative product.
Get out of here.
Yep.
Oh, no, that's me. Your mom never talked that way.
Not like
I'm talking
you.
like Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper.
No, John, you're talking like a demon. You're talking like someone who's possessed by a demon. That's what you sound like.
Get out of here. Alice Cooper. Oh, shit.
Possessed by something. Pretty much. That's it. Yes, exactly. Because he bought like 10 bottles. When the guys came, 16 boxes of chocolate candy and how many bottles of wine did you get? What was that, 10?
No. 5.
More than 5.
Champagne.
Because it was one of those baggy things that had 6 and then another 3. So, 9. So, anyway.
What else Cooper do if you heard that?
Heard what?
Oh, come on, man. I'm cool.
Oh.
Listen to my music. You'll like it.
So, play us some music, John. Come on, go get your guitar and play us some music. Play us some music, John. Come on, John, play us some music. You are the best musician.
Alice Cooper is cool.
No, you are. You're cool, John.
No, I don't want to play guitar or something.
Why not?
I've been eating more food for a few days.
That's going to stop you from playing the guitar?
Well, I wouldn't feel as confident or something.
Well, you can play it off camera.
No.
Just play the music. I'd love to hear some of your music.
Oh, I messed up the story.
Oh, no.
Oh, shit.
You didn't mess up the story.
Hey.
No.
No.
You were perfect. You were right on time.
What if I had a saggy neck and a big nose and black long hair?
I don't know. What would? No, I have no idea.
I got black long hair. I'm saggy saggy chin.
What is the color of your hair?
Big nose.
I mean, what's your real color of your hair?
I don't know.
You don't know what the color of your hair is?
Big nose and a dick. A saggy dick and balls. No, that's wrong. That's awful.
Oh, would Jesus like that? Would Jesus like this? Would Jesus like this? Is this the way Jesus talks?
No.
And you know what you were talking about, the Hasidu? That's how Jesus looked. No. Jesus had a big nose.
No.
Jesus had, he was a Hasid.
No, I'm sorry I said a penis, a Dick Clark.
Yep.
I'm going to turn it off. Don't say that about Jesus.
That's what you just said. I didn't say it. You did. You said it. You made fun of it right there. You made fun of Jesus right there. No. Jesus was Jewish, John.
No, I didn't do it.
Who was that on the couch?
Alice Cooper.
So you have multiple personality disorder? Is that what you got? Is that what you got?
Couch was.
Who was that on the couch?
The big Hasid suit wearing Jews. The big Hasid Jews.
You think Jesus would like that? He's Jewish. He was a Hasidic Jew.
I want to make a music video about it, and I'm thinking about how to do it. I've been thinking about it here and there. I think it's funny about the Jews, but I really got to stand up for Jews if I do it somehow in a kind way that's not mean to them. Like it says where I really believe.
Well, what right you did
Jesus,
was that kind to the
get
Jewish people? Making fun of
they get into
them?
heaven without Jesus. I think
like
they
I said,
get into heaven. I
like
can't imagine that just because Some of them are righteous.
Every sect of people are like every other human being. Their religion, their color.
I'm gonna go.
Okay. See you, buddy.
I gotta go.
I'll see you in the morning. Get a good night's sleep.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not against Jews at all, and
or black people.
If I make a music video on that, it'll sure stand up for Jewish people. And I don't know if I have to think about Hasidic Jews. I can't, I was going to make it about the Jews and really standing up for them, though, so it stands up for them like it have to stand up for them, too, not make fun of them. Because I did Rednecks, the movie, ended up, since it was just going to be like making fun of rednecks, and I did an entire movie and ended up having to stand up for the entire South or something. It was not easy. I filmed in Lexington where Robert E. Lee had one of his famous battles.
Mm-hmm.
I had to film there when I was trying to make fun of rednecks, and the movie was called Rednecks. And so I didn't understand what it was all about then. I didn't even know, but then I filmed it anyway. And then I was like, oh, that's why I guess I was standing up for it so nice, or kind to them, to rednecks. So if I do a music video, it'll be more politically correct than this. This was a live video. This is a live video. It might be a really good video.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. We've covered a lot, haven't we, Cadre? We've gone hill and dale.
We are the Jews, the Hasidim. Some of us get into heaven too. Yo, it's like the West Side Story, but Steven Spielberg directed because
he's not a bad rapper.
$10 million and he's a little erect kid. And then he got back in
a little racist,
the
a little
Jews, boom,
boom, boom, boom.
The Jews,
boom.
Steven Spielberg, $80 million. He's got a little kid in the back and he's checking it off. Yo, man. Steven Spielberg is what he does on his military plane.
Hey, he's rapping for you, buddy. He's rapping for you.
Flying with the aliens. That's why they call you insane if you make fun of them. But I don't even know. I don't know because I'm just a black man who stands up for the Jews, man.
Yeah. I mean, he is funny, but he's so. What's the word? Obnoxious, yes. But it goes beyond that. It goes so beyond that. And that's the interesting thing about John is that he is at this point where it's like Blazing Saddles. That was funny, a dissident. It's like, so it's quite like, I think, who said that John was
$800 billion and he's flying an alien hovercraft that you can't see because it conceals him in the clouds. And it ain't some old hovercraft from G.I.
Honest man of the people.
Man. That
is the public. That is the sheeple, that don't really have an understanding. But that's John,
It's because it's the Illuminati, man. He has stepped up to the next level, keeping himself alive now because he's going to be 140 years old in the sky with the space alien Illuminatis because he had so much money he bought his craft, finally. See, that's what they believe when you make fun of Steven Spielberg. You're crazy. That's what he would try to say. And then crush your corpse like this.
Anthony says he's a laughing. John's a laughing saint, and in a way he is.
I don't know. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. Steven Spielberg's probably really good if he believed in that. But Steven Spielberg's probably really good. I don't know. Maybe he's really good for all I know. I don't care that much. I want my loved ones to make it to heaven. I want to make it to heaven. I can't judge Steven Spielberg. Maybe he's a good human being. Just because he has a lot of money doesn't mean he's evil or believes in the devil or something bad. He might be good. He might make it into heaven.
That's just like a train.
He literally might make it into heaven and got to be the biggest, most famous, coolest, kind of good-looking, okay, Steven Spielberg. He's kind of, he has a beard, but he's, I don't want to make fun of him that bad. I don't want to say he's like an Illuminati.
I got a beard.
He's not an Illuminati evil or whatever they call him, Illuminati evil person just because he has.
He's an aluminum siding salesman.
I don't do that. I don't know what that is because you're supposed to pretend because you can't say your real thoughts out loud because it'd be too truthful.
No, we're tonight we're saying
too truthful. We're God and Jesus, God's truth, telling the truth.
Yeah,
you can't say what's really on your mind.
Sure,
right?
You can. You've been doing it all night long.
About
You've been lying.
You gotta be a liar.
So have you been lying all night long? So is this all a lie, or are you speaking your truth? Is this a lie, or are you speaking your truth?
I guess I'm speaking the truth.
No, you don't guess. And
I'm trying to. I'm doing my best to speak the truth.
Okay, good.
I think Steven Spielberg. I can't judge him. You know, I think the only way to really get into heaven after getting to feel that good and have all that stuff on earth, his entire life, the best one always. You know, like I think the only way to get into heaven would be really incapacitated somehow and his body has to suffer like real suffering for like 20, 30, 40 years.
Like me.
No, like all of us. In that case, we all suffer. Maybe Steven Spielberg already suffered that way and I don't know. So I can't judge him. Because he has all that money and he always got to do it since he was like 18 years old or 14 years old or whatever. He made a feature film or something.
He made a feature film at 18?
Well, he did it on Super 8 at 17.
A feature?
Yeah, feature film. I think by the time he was 17, when he did his first feature bills on Super 8, it was just feature length. Like this video is.
I know he worked for, what's that guy who made the great B movies? Corgi, or, you know.
I don't know.
You know what
He's
I'm talking
good
about?
at what he does.
Oh, he's great at what he does.
Yeah, maybe I could even work with him. I don't know. I don't really care that much. I don't see how all of a sudden I'd go out there and work with other people in the industry unless I was doing my own productions, you know, but I don't want to give up
Why
on that.
can't you go out there and work with other people? You know, just work for Steven Spielberg or
Maybe.
Joe Schmo, because then you'd be making movies. You'd be making movies that you love to make movies.
I'm hoping to get Danica and the kids back, but I don't know.
But
I don't really in particular would want to have to work at anything more unless I felt like it.
Okay.
But I don't have that option. You know,
How many of you folks out there are in that position that their mom and dad pays their bills?
That's not really how it is.
That's not how it is?
No.
Oh, okay.
There's a pressure I have to work on things really hard.
But the only thing that's motivating you to do that.
I can't give that up. I can't all of a sudden not work hard anymore and be like, they're going to give me some money and I get to not work. I don't see how I'd be able to do that.
How do they know you're working hard up here?
They looked at the house, how much work I did to the house.
Well, you know, this house has been great for the last 2 years.
I hope they live to be way older. I gotta go. This is making me feel awful.
Okay.
Something's wrong about this. I blurted out all this stuff when I'm supposed to keep quiet and not curse and not say anything bad against the big, successful people out there who may be good and may get into heaven. There may be presidents who made it into heaven. There may be presidents.
John, everyone makes it into heaven.
The Bible doesn't say that. It says it's very difficult to enter into.
Right. I'm not saying that it's a snap deal, but everyone at the end of the day,
into heaven.
Of course it is. But
your good deeds, your kindness to others.
But the bottom line is, I mean, look at the guy who was now up on the cross with Jesus, and he did all that bad stuff, and he said, you know, the other guys, get us off the cross if you're right, and then he said, sorry about that guy. I'm sorry for everything I did. And then Jesus said, good, you're coming with me. You know, so the bottom line, everyone gets to go home. It may take a long time.
That is not true.
That's not true.
That's not what the Bible says.
Yes, it does.
But you don't have to suffer.
Yes, you
don't
do.
have to suffer to get into heaven.
Yeah, well, you are suffering. If you are, you know, what the Bible says is when we were thrown out of the garden, you know, every day here, and this is the Garden of Eden, so you should be happy being here. But anyway,
I couldn't judge anyway.
Well, good. That's good. That's a good start. Not judging anyone is a good start. That's a good
Steven
start.
Spielberg, for all I know, he might cry every night or something, or have it really difficult. He probably doesn't cry. He might try to shoot me in the back and kill me if I walked into his house.
I don't think so. I don't think you could get into your house.
No, Hasids. No. No. You want to do a movie on the Hasids? No, get out of here.
I don't know.
So, Eddie, how's your head feel? You know, I've had all my teeth pulled out of my head and smashed and crashed. So, let me help you with that. You know, everyone focus on Eddie's mouth and his teeth and make them feel better, right? Father, Son, Holy Spirit, hear our prayer. Help all those who need help. And that's pretty much everybody. So let us send our love to all of us in every day and every way. Let's take the peace of the earth and make it stronger. And Eddie's mouth is feeling better already. Right, Ed? I can tell. I feel it. Not a problem, buddy. Full service here. So, back to my mom dying. So there she's gurgling away. Timothy's worrying. I've hit my mom up 3 times with a needle of heroin and this other stuff to get her to stop gurgling in her lungs. Anyway, so and her blood pressure is still like, and her pulse is like a rabbit. And so just when we're going, what do we do next? The nurse comes in and she's made it like within, 20 minutes. She's on the other side. She's like 40 miles away and she's here within, in less than an hour. She hit all the lights, no one stopped her. She got there and she has her little doctor's bag and she's, listening to my mom's heart and, she has a much better blood pressure thing. And she's then got all the instruments attached to her. And she goes, well, your mom's blood pressure is like through the roof and it's been this way. How long? Almost an hour. She should be dead already, but she's not. So, and she went and looked at the first thing that she did. She went to the refrigerator and saw that I had the box of all of the emergency stuff that she was supposed to be administering, but I had done it. And so she goes, okay, there's one EpiPen of this morphine derivative stuff. If your mom's heart doesn't slow down in the next 5 minutes, she's dead. And you've given her more than drugs than, all of the Rolling Stone put together have done in the last year. So what do you want to do? She says, I'm not making this decision. You do. And I go, hit her again. So we do. Minute, 2, 3, her blood pressure goes down. She stops gurgling, and we aspirate her to get the liquids out of her lung. And bingo, it's like she's okay, And so, wow. So, and by that time, it's like started at 3. When my mom was finally okay, it was maybe 7 in the morning. And my dad comes, what happened? And I said, nothing bad. It's okay. And he looks at, no, what's wrong with your mother? I said, well, she's dead. What? I said, well, she's kind of dead, almost dead. And I turned to the nurse, which one is it? She dead, almost dead, kind of dead? And he goes, well, we'll know in a few minutes because if she comes out of it, then she's not dead or almost dead or kind of dead or gonna be dead. Well, she's gonna be dead, and my father and Timothy takes him out to get him oatmeal. She's been making oatmeal for the last hour. So anyway, my father's, what's wrong? And I said, don't worry, I got it covered, Dad. Everything's taken care of. And so then the real doctor shows up, and because I called him, and he, looks at everything. And the nurse lady, she had taken notes on everything. He reads those and he goes, well, you two did an amazing job. You saved your mother's life. You brought her back from the dead, blah, 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 blah. And my father's going, what? How come you didn't? I said, Dad, because you'd been a pain in the ass. And I thought it was much better to let you sleep. And the doctor goes, oh, yeah, man. If your father woke up, I would have hit him with something to knock him out. No, you did everything right. It all worked. It's everyone said, congratulations. And your mom, I don't know. You might have fried her brain, but So mom's in bed and she's just, she's okay. She's not gurgling anymore. Her blood pressure's fine. It's not going to kill her. And the doctor says she's fine, and the next 10 hours will make a difference. So everyone leaves. My dad doesn't even stay there. He goes out and watches football. And I'm sitting there with my mom and I'm holding her hand and I go into state and bingo, I'm in her life review. I'm watching her life review. I kind of popped in there, go, look at this. And she's in an evening gown and she's about 25 years old. And she has all these men around her in tuxedos, right? And these are all the men she shot down, right? And made miserable. And, they're all going on and on and on about this. And then other people come in and it's like that we're in a big ballroom and she's surrounded by all these people. And if they're women, they're wearing evening gowns. But my mom looks like the queen. She looks the best, right? And basically, as everyone is talking about her, about what she's done to them, they say that it wasn't that bad. That was like, it was, it hurt me at the moment, but in actuality, something better came along and blah, blah, blah. Or I learned something. She woke me up, blah, 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 blah. So she basically, even though she was like ready to kill anyone, she was, made Adolf Hitler look like a nice guy. She actually, everything she did kind of turned out good. There was no black marks being like, no sort. And there was like behind her on the wall, there was this kind of wall and there were a bunch of numbers and there was a yellow goldish box and a black box. And she didn't get any black boxes. She just got old goldy boxes. And so anyway, she basically goes, I'm holding her hand and all of a sudden I kind of wake up and I'm not woke up. I'm still in her little ballroom. And she turns around and looks at me and she goes, what are you doing here? And I go, what do you mean? She goes, this is, I'm dead, I'm being, the golden gates are just up there. Yes, I'm dead. I'm going. I'm out of here. I said, not right. You're not. Your body is still here. Well, I don't need that. I'm going. I'm toast. I'm out of here. I said, no. Hey, listen, you haven't had the last rites. You're right. I need Father Larry. Go get Father Larry. I said, I'll get Father Larry. You got to stick around. Okay, I'll be here. I'll wait till Father Larry shows up. So, I called the priest. I said, hey, Larry, get over here. So he gets over here. He comes in there and he's like, I heard your mother's dead. I said, no. Just, somewhat dead. Not all the way dead. Quite, And he's confused. Anyway, so we walk in, right? And we walk in, me and the priest, and he's putting a little purple thing around his neck, and he's getting this little kid out, and he's got the oil, and he's right. And my mother just pops up like Chatty Cathy, goes, okay, let's get it on the road. I got things to do, places to see. And my father is standing right there going, oh, and he shits his whole colon out on the floor. Now, if you don't think that is a mood breaker, that's nothing compared to what that was. And then the lady was there cleaning it up. It was like, again, this is going to be a good movie. So the priest is freaked out. My mother just kind of goes, Larry, don't go anyway. Come back here. Just finish the job. I'm out of here. Which he does. And he's like, he's about to throw up, right? And he's freaked out that my mom just popped out of death, And Timothy's back there and the lady, the morning lady, Timothy's like, staying there. She's not, just because it's 11 o'clock or, she's not going to leave. She'd leave at 7. So anyway, she's standing at the door. The other lady, the nursing lady was there, and her sister showed up, and the sister's cleaning up the shit. And my father is like, and poor Father Larry's about to go comatose. And my mom says, come on, I got things to do. Finish this up. Give me the oil. Oil me up. And he does it, and the priest hightails it out of there, right? And so my mom kind of, as soon as the Father Larry's out the door, she's like, bang. And she's not dead. Her body, she hasn't, everything is still working, but she's left town. And so the ladies cleaned it up. Timothy has got him out and into his room, and the nursing lady has and her sister has gotten my dad. They're hosing him down in his shower, and I'm just there with Mom, holding her hand, and I'm back in the States. She goes, "What are you doing here?" "I got things to do," and I said, "It's okay. You got it. We're going through the checklist now. Your daughters are about to show up. Those bitches, all they want is my jewelry. And she goes, they're going to have a big surprise because my mother threw out $500,000 worth of jewelry so my sisters wouldn't get it. And that's why my sister, she dead yet? And so that's, so I said, Mom, no, you got to wait for the girls. And she goes, no, I don't. So I said, well, can't you just wait till this afternoon? And my sisters were such shits because they could have gotten together and made sure they kind of got at the airport at the same time. But no, my sister had to come first. So I had to go get her. And I said, so let's wait 3 hours for the other two to show up. She goes, oh, no, I need to get back to Mom. I want to be there when she dies. I said, well, she already did that, but her body, it's still, I said, yeah, the body's still pumping away, but she's gone. Oh, no. So she makes me drive 60 miles back to my parents' house, drop her off there, turn right around, and drive back to the airport to get my other two sisters, right? So I wait there. And my second sister, she shows up, and my third didn't show up yet, right? So, it's like, oh, well, let's wait around. She goes, oh, no, I said, no, I already did this once. I'm not going back and forth to the airport 9 times just so you can, no, let's go have a cocktail. She liked drinking. So let's go have a cocktail. Sure, let's go have a cocktail. So we go have a cocktail. Time flies. The other plane shows up, gather them, drive back. Their cell phones ring, and my older sister tells us in the text that Mom died, and I was there with her. Right? Yeah, good. The last 20 seconds of my mom's life. Not the last 28 years. Anyway, ordered the guy who saved her life to get so Father Larry could show up. Anyway, so we get back, and the reason why she texted us is just like, Mom's dead, and I was with her when she died. That was the text. We get back, my sister is like, gone, right? Not left the place, but really. And Timothy, the nurse lady, the lady who cleans up the shit, is like following my dad with a bucket. And my dad crapped again in front of my sister, and my sister lost it on that one. And I asked, so what happened with my sister? She goes, it's pretty amazing. Your sister, you drop her off. She comes in. She, makes this obligatory hug to your father, and then walks into your mother. And we kind of, the nurse lady was there. Her sister got the bucket under your dad's ass, and your sister walks in, and I kind of walk. I'm like in the hallway watching this all because I want to be able to get out of the way if things go south. Well, your mother wakes up, looks at your sister, and just gives her a stream of things about her that disappointed her and why she never really liked her, even though she was the oldest and the first. And she went on and on about how she had to take care of her as a baby during World War II and blah, 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 blah. And and then your father shit all over the place. And that was another, that room was, and your mother turned to your father and said, can't you stop doing that? And then she was gone. And my two sisters, who were like right there, were like in shock. They didn't experience that, but the nurses might. And so what do my sisters do? They then tell, because the whole staff is there. The 3 ladies and the cleanup lady were there. And my sisters, because they don't want to spend another penny on them, say, you can go now. You're fired. Not like, oh, we love you because you've been there for my parents for the last 2 months. No, you're fired. Get out. So I just kind of walk out with the girls and say, hey, Thank you very much. Yeah, and we talk out there, and Timothy lights up another spliff, and we sit in the backyard in the lounge chairs, drinking orange juice and smoking spliffs. And everyone's smoking a spliff. Even the other ladies who really weren't spliff smokers, they're like, have gone through the most amazing thing, and they're like, yeah, this does make me feel better. Yeah, okay. So my older sister, what are you still doing here? I said, Mary, cool your just go inside, And so she did. She turned around and went inside. So that wasn't the end of the story. So my sisters are looking for the jewelry. Where's his mom's jewelry? I said, you're going to have to ask mom. And my father, in the last week, saw my mother throw out the jewelry. My mom did it on purpose, so no one would get blamed but her. And because my dad's, triple Virgo, neat, freak, totally everything has to be perfect. And we bought my mom because she's not hearing my father, so she must need hearing aids. So I went with him to buy these things. They cost like $3,000, and we're getting them. And the lady says, well, do you want insurance? And my father said, how much is that? She goes, it's $10 a month. You can pay up front for a year. What's that? $1,200. These things are $3,000 a piece. And so he goes, nah. He says, well, people who need these often misplace them. It might be wise. And our experience is, and we go out, right? So I'm like this. And what my mother does is she gets these hearing aids and she don't like them. So she rolls them up in toilet paper and puts them on the kitchen table and goes playing solitaire. My father says, because my mom has a big roll of toilet paper and she wipes her eyes and blows her nose and leaves a little pile of toilet paper. And her hearing aids are in there. And my mom just picks them up, throws them in the garbage, right? And I kind of don't see her do that, but kind of, where do the hearing aids go? And I'm going, she was wearing them here, then she blew her nose, and then she didn't have them, and then she made a pile of toilet paper, and then my father threw that pile in the garbage, and that was Tuesday, and they took the garbage away Wednesday, and here it is Friday, and so I guess that's where they are. And then I saw her do it again. My father, the only way my dad could make up for all the crap he did was buy my mom a lot of expensive jewelry. He had money, he was making money, so he did that. And so, and my mom liked it. She liked the bling. But once she stopped being the party girl, it didn't matter to her. She never wore it. She just had it in her jewelry box. Like I said, about $500,000, right? And then, I see her, taking something. She was wearing one of the pieces of jewelry, and then I see her wrap something up, and then she's not wearing the jewelry anymore, and I don't really pay attention to it. And anyway, so there's that, and then it goes by months, and what was that? Anyway, one time, my father actually sees her roll up a big, earring. She like that earring is, and this one is out, and he goes, where's the other earring? And she goes, oh, and she takes this one off, rolls it up in the toilet paper and puts it there. And my father goes, oh my God. And he goes to her jewelry box and there's like nothing in there. He goes, and that's when he realized that he threw away $500,000 worth of that. And that's when the market crashed and he lost, 90% of his net worth. And I just sat there, went, and so did Timothy. And anyway, so when the girls got there, someone stole this. And my father said, no, your mother threw it away. What? She dead yet? She dead yet? That's all they thought about was getting $500,000 in jewelry. And so there was nothing there, right? And then, my parents had all this furniture and rugs, and my sister got somebody to appraise, and the guy just looked at it and said, no, this is just shit. There's nothing worthwhile here. What? No, this is a Persian rug. I said, no, it isn't. Here, look. It's from Kmart's. My dad did not buy a Persian rug. he said everyone, oh, this is a Persian rug, oh, this is an antique chair. No, it came from, Walmart's. So anyway, so all of that. So my other sisters left. No, they didn't. They stayed around because there were other, monies they could get. And I'm, so what are we going to do with mom's body? Well, it's at the, funeral home. And I said, well, shouldn't we go there and make arrangements? And my father said, well, let's go. So we went there and we go in there and my father says, well, I want Wilma shipped back to New York and we'll bury her in the family plot. He goes, well, we can do that. How much that cost? Oh, about $30,000. What? He goes, well, it's very difficult because we can't fly them. We have, unless she was in the military. But but she has to be, not you. She has to be in the military. We're going to put her on military transport. Otherwise, we have to put it through all these channels. Every state has a tax and a this and a that. And at the end of the line, it's $30,000. And I say, so what about if we, put her in the oven? And he goes, oh, yeah, we put her in that. You can carry her in an urn to wherever you want to take her. And so my dad, oh, we can't do that. She's Catholic. And he goes, oh, no. The first religion ever to say you could do that was the Catholics. They're all for it. They not a problem. Go talk to Father Larry. So my father says, okay, do it. And then they get in the car and drive away, right? I have my own car. And I stick and I say, so, what do you get with that? He says, well, the first thing we like to do is prepare your mother like we were going to bury her in the ground and make her look really nice. And then have the family come in. And he takes me and says, we have this nice little churchy thing and we put her right here and everyone can pay their respects. And if you need Father Larry, he can come and it's all good. And I said, yeah, that's very nice. And then one of your family members has to sign a state certificate that this body is your mother, so we don't put the wrong person in the crematorium, right? I said, oh, okay, that makes sense. So when's that going to be ready? He says, well, how about tomorrow afternoon, about 2? I said, that sounds fine. So we'll be back. So we go back, and my sisters say, where were you? I said, well, I was making the arrangements for mom. I thought we did. I said, no, there were a lot more things to be taken. I said, but I was, power of attorney. I said, no, it was okay. They weren't asking for you, sweetie. And so, they go, so what it is? I said, well, they're going to have a nice, ceremony place that we can come and pay our last respects. And well, we'll do that when we, bury her. I said, does it cost any more money? I said, no, it's, whether we are there or not. But one of us has to be there to be the witness. And I thought we could all go. And my dad said, I don't want to go. There's a football game on. And my sister said, you're going to have to drive us to the airport. I said, I'm through with that. Go get a cab, So, next day comes, they get a cab. They're all pissed off I didn't drive them to the airport. And, my dad got to watch a football game. And my sister didn't even stick around a day to comfort my father, right? So, because they hated his guts, because they worked for him for 40 years, right? And he treated them like crap, right? So I went to the thing because they needed somebody, so I was the only guy. So I walk in and the head guy isn't there, but the second in control and the other 3. So there's 3 women in there, right? The manager lady, not the owner, the 2 people who work there who do the embalming and all that and making people up. And so I go, so where's my mother? And they go, oh, right in here. And I had a little bag with me. I stopped off all the things my mother loved. She loved celery with cream cheese in it and pepper on it, right? She loved, Malamars. She loved cigarettes. And she loved Manhattans, and that's about what I had. And she loved flowers. I brought a lot of flowers because the ceremony thing, they said, well, we have a flower thing that's like X amount of money. And I said, nah. And so can I bring my own flowers? Oh, yes, you can bring your own flowers. So I brought all these flowers that I hadn't cut, hadn't done anything. My mom, one of the things I used to do with my mom all the time was bring her flowers every day, right? And she loved to cut them and arrange them in the vase, right? So I show up there, and my mom is, she would have loved it. It was on the stage, and she was in a really beautiful, 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 um, you know, casket that didn't have a door. It was just a beautiful wood box that she was in. And, I went over and looked and saw that they had these straps that they could just pull her out and put her on something else, right? So this was just for show, but it looked beautiful. And they made her up. She looked like a movie star. She would have loved this, right? So I go, there, and I take all this. I said, Mom, I brought you some stuff. And they had this little rolly table. I rolled it over to her, and I rolled this chair over. I'm sitting next to her, and I pull up the flowers. I got you some flowers, and I got you some celery and cream cheese and some Malamars. And I brought, I made a jug of Manhattans, right? So, and I brought glasses and a little plate. And so I made up the celery, and I placed the Malamars around it because she liked to eat those two things. And I had two glasses and poured two, one for her, one for me. And there were, I put a carton of cigarettes, right? And I stuck it right next to her, right? And so I then proceeded to take the flowers and say, so clip this one. And so how's that look? It looks good. Yeah. Okay. And I kind of put them in a big vase, and each flower I put in, I said, so what do you think? Is that really good? And then I started telling her stories like I tell you stories. And then, after about 40 minutes, I thought that was, and I said, baby, I love you. And kissed her on the forehead. And, I made sure the cigarettes were in there. And I took her hand and put the flowers in her hand, and they were on her chest. And I said, see you later. And then I think I put the Malamars in there too. The lettuce and cream cheese, not so much. And I packed all my stuff up in a bag and went out. And the ladies out there were crying. Go, you're such a good son. That was the most, And this lady goes, I've been doing this 40 years. I've never seen anyone do this. This is because they had video cameras all around this thing, so nobody would do anything inappropriate, right? So the cemetery guys couldn't be blamed, and they watched me, and it had audio. They heard me, and they watched me, and that was the most beautiful. And we have never seen any family, any son, any husband, anybody do anything like that. I was like, they got up and hugged me and said, you're the best. And so, okay, thanks. And so, okay. And then the manager lady went to business, and while the other ladies were still crying and hugging each other. And she goes, well, you got to sign this. Okay. And they had a machine that picked my mom up, moved it over to this conveyor belt that kind of came out. I mean, you didn't see that stuff when you were in there, but she went in, I wrote the thing, she pushed the button, we walked in, and this thing picked my mom up, put it on the conveyor belt, and took it to the crematorium room. And she, come on, we're going there. And I see them roll it into the crematorium, and the door comes down, and whoosh! And my mom was gone in less than an hour, to dust, just, it was so hot in there. And so I started going, whoa. And then she's sitting in the waiting room, and she goes, do you have any more of that those cocktails? Oh yeah. I didn't drink hers, and I'm just one. So she got us some nice glasses, and the other two ladies, we were sitting around, and they were talking stories about other crematorials and other, where people would have fights and families would be screaming at each other over the dead body. She goes, really, this doesn't really always bring the best out in families. I just attested to it to you right here. But she goes, on the other hand, there are guys like you. I mean, there are other, that was the most amazing thing we ever saw. But there are other really sweet things that go on. And they all said, that's kind of why we do this job. We get paid pretty well. And the two girls who work on the bodies kind of like doing that. And the manager lady, she's all about managing. So, they're happy at their job. And most people will go, how could you be happy working in a mortuary? These ladies work. And when people talk about work, right? And I always say, I never work for anyone who doesn't need me more than, they need me more than I do, right? So I can do it whatever way I want to do it. They pay me whatever I want. And it's no big deal, right? And I never worry about anything, right? And all of the jobs, I have a quite a list of, skill sets. And whenever I do any of them, I'm doing it because yes, they're going to pay me pretty well, but B, I like doing it. I mean, I've been an electrician for 60 years. I still do it. I mean, I can't go up on ladders. I can't bend over. I can't roll under something, but I can, if it's like at this level, I can take care of it, right? And and that's what these ladies were. They liked their job. They liked how they helped people. That no matter how crazy shit got, it was okay because you could always tell a story about it. Because they were telling some really wacko. I mean, why they put the TV cameras in? One guy got in that box with his wife and started having sex with her. That's why they had to put the TV cameras in, right? And so they told, they had some pretty good stories. But again, like they said, you take the cake for being the sweet son. You really, really, really. Because there were a lot of sons who scream, "You did this when I was 5. I hate you. You made fun of me." Spitting on him and all that kind of stuff. And so that's my little story. I think parents feel obliged to help. Yeah. Is this what makes, you weren't getting, no, not that. I want that. Thurber Esquire. Thank you, MJ. That story about mom. Yep. So that's my mom's story. And my dad's story, how many hours? Well, it's only 4 hours, so it's still got another few minutes to go. Basically, a couple of days later, my dad, I come into the sunroom, and he was in the Air Force. He had a service revolver, a 45. And, he had it up in the attic, and, I saw it a couple of times. I looked, when I was, hanging out with my gun buddies, I once took it out and took it apart, was trying to be Mr. Gun Boy. Anyway, and then I couldn't put it together. I go over my gun buddies and say, "Can you put that back together for me?" Anyway, so I knew my dad had this 45. So there he is, sitting on the couch with a gun there, and he's bought bullets. I don't know where he bought the bullets, but he's putting bullets in the clip. And I go, "What are you doing with that?" And I take the gun away from him, right? I said, "No. You're not gonna blow your brains out in the living room here. I'm gonna have to clean it up. I'll have to deal with the police. I'm gonna have to do all of this. Oh, but I can't live without my." I said, "So why weren't you there to say goodbye?" "Oh, it was too hard. Oh, it was so hard. Oh," and I had to watch that football game. "But it was so hard. Oh," and I just didn't want to go. "Oh, but it was so hard." I said, "Dad, you think it was easy for me?" "Oh, but you don't care about football." Anyway, so I said, "Dad, no, you're not doing this." "But I want to die. I want to die. I want to die. Die. Life is, I want to die. I said, "No, Dad. No. Listen, every 3 months you get all the blood taken out of your body, and then 22-year-old blood is put into your body, and then you're good to go. But if you don't get that blood transfusion, which you need one in about a week, you're going to be dead in a month. So why be messy, stupid? This is what we're going to do. What are we going to do? I'm going to call up the airline. I'm going to get an airline ticket for you to go to New Jersey, back to New York, and stay with your oldest daughter. And she has 12 kids that you have screwed up with how you've treated her and them. You're going to go there and you're going to be your good self. You know how I trained you to be your good self? You're going to be your good self with them. And you're going to have every conversation you can have to mend all those ways, because that's the only way you're getting to see mom in heaven. No way you're going to show up there. But if you do this, yes, you make amends with those kids and your daughter, not a problem. So I call Mary up, say, "May, I'm sending Dad on the airlines. He's taking this flight. You pick him up, right? And I am I've already arranged, they're going to take him from the door to the gate to his seat in a wheelchair. They're going to take him from when it lands from his seat in a wheelchair to you, right out to the right. So you wait by the luggage counter, and they will deliver Dad. And so she goes, okay. And I said, this is what it should work. He's going to be there with you. He's going to last no more than 3 or 4 weeks. And in that time, he's going to be his best. He's going to be nice, and he's going to be loving, and he's going to make amends for all the crap he ever did to you and your kids. And then he's going to die. And I want you to have that conversation with him that will go through all the stuff you're holding inside yourself. She goes, I'll do that. Thank you, Al. Oh, that's great. Oh, you're such a good brother. You're the best. I said, okay. So I get him on the airplane, send him off on his way, go back. And then I had to clean the house and fix things so they could sell it. And I kept telling my sisters, no, we don't sell this. We rent it out because we could have easily gotten $2 or $3 grand a month. And oh no, because they all went there and my dad was a total jerk and made fun of them and made them feel inferior. And they experienced that for 20 years in that house. So they didn't. I said, we're not going to live there. We're going to rent it until the real estate business gets back on its feet and we can make real money out of this house. They sold it for 40 grand at an auction. It was pathetic. Right? Let's see. I totally agree with you. And you want to come back. Yep, exactly. It's not well at all. Yep, pretty much. So, what else? So that's that story. So, I didn't finish that story. So he goes there, he does all that, and so he can't go up and downstairs, right? And so they clear out the dining room of my sister's house, right in the middle of her house, and they put a hospital bed in there, and that's what my father. And he's getting hospice, and the doctors are visiting, and they said, well, if we just change your place, no. It's like a non recess order, right? So he's fine, everything's good. He's kind of he never looks sick. He just kind of wound down like a clock, and so. I get this little feeling, this might be Dad's last day on earth. So I call him up, and I didn't realize it was Super Bowl Sunday, right? And the Super Bowl's over, the big party is kind of winding down, and they had everything my father, he loves the big shrimp. He loves, the roast. He loves, and he ate everything he ever loved, drank, got a little drunk. And so I said, so Dad, how you doing? I'm great. Football, yay, football. I said, so how was it? Oh, it was like my last meal. I said, I think it is, Dad. He goes, what? I said, yeah, I think that was your last meal. What? I said, you haven't, it's been almost now 6 weeks that you haven't, had replenished your blood. Pretty much that's past the time due. I mean, you should have probably died a week or two ago. But I feel great. I said, well, you're a little drunk and you've eaten all that shrimp. No, I'm fine. I'm good. I said, well, Dad, this is probably the last time I ever talk to you. I love you, love you, love you. I wouldn't have done any of this shit for you in the last, 62 years of my life. And he goes, yes, you're a good boy. That's the only time he ever said anything like, he said, yes, you're a good boy. And then he said, your mother really, she always, I said, you didn't? I said, of course I loved you. And that's the only time he ever said it in his whole frigging life to any of us. I said, well, that's good, Dad. I said, well, you have a good trip. I'll be I'll be rooting for you. And he goes, thank you. And that was the last word I said to my father, right? We hang up. I go to bed. I kind of have a little dream about him early in the morning, map 5, right? And he is sitting on a big rock. And he's in his colonel's uniform. And he's surrounded by daffodils as far as you can see, right? And he's just sitting there like this. And he has no books to read, no TV, no football. And he's going, he's wanting to be with my mom. And he gets up and he tries to step on the daffodils. And where his foot steps, it explodes in flame like a blowtorch. Now, it doesn't really set him on fire or anything, but he jumps back and his shoe is still there and he's not smoking. And I'm like in state, so I can kind of feel him. And I kind of say, this is purgatory. It's really beautiful. It's really comfortable. There's not a need of anything except the loneliness. And that's what he has to go through before he can be released, to understand what he did, right? So, he was in purgatory. So that was the last time I saw my mom. She was in a ballroom dancing with all these pretty guys in tuxedos, drinking cocktails, just having the best old time. And, the first time I went there and saw her doing that, and they were like, not really judging her, but telling her what she did to them. And then they said, well, it'd be good. When she was already dead, when we were putting the ground, I went over and sat on a rock and meditated. And I saw her in the ballroom dancing away. And she was swinging around with this guy and came right by me. And she kind of looked at me and smiled and waved and said, and that was the last I saw my mom. And I've never seen them in state or in any other way. They have gone to where their resting place is. They're at rest, right? I felt that very definitely. So that's the end of the story. Let's see. 4 hours, 6 minutes, and 32 seconds. So when we hit 4 hours, 6 minutes, and it'll be 7 minutes and 7 seconds, we will end this show. So I'll see you tomorrow morning. Let's see what you've been saying. Listen to this, man. Well, cooking and doing art. Love his stories. Thank you, sweetie. And Ed, I love you, buddy. How's your tooth feeling? Tooth feeling better? I hope it is. We all feel it is. We're all with you. I've had my teeth ripped out of my head. Yep. Okay, there we go. Love you. Boop, 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 boop.